Oh my good gosh darn golly. The energy in August 2020 has been absolutely nothing short of wild. And I'm going to treat you like you are a friend, and I'm going to tell you, for me, since June 27th till this morning, August energy was as bad as it's been. Like, I don't know how you dealt with the first 2 weeks of August, but ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, it was no fun for me. I had what someone has coined as monkey mind, where it felt like all my atoms were coming apart at once, and I sure as heck couldn't focus on anything. And I'm still trying to recover. And let me tell you this, I technically did not even want to go live. I haven't been going live, but something compelled me to go live. Something compelled me to go live to talk to you. Maybe you have something very fascinating to tell me. And if you could smell me right now, I smell delicious. First of all, let me say thank you for surviving 2020 with you. And I love you. 7. Hey, 7. 7, if I was going to have babies, I was going to name them Shield and 7. So we agree that 7 is not only a cool number, but a cool name. And so, ladies and gentlemen, smoke them if you got them, and pop open a beer if you want to, if that's your thing. I haven't had a beer in a week. And so, and I got to say thank you to the person who sent me this. And yes, I agree, super good friends are awesome. So, hey, I wrote out notes and everything because I had no idea what I was going to say. But if you're just joining us, August has been like no fun, man. Like, it has not felt good in any way, shape, or form. And somebody said, hey, the Uranus energy is going to be insane. Be sure and take magnesium to help you calm down, chill out, and feel better. And I did not do that. I guess I just wanted to find out what it was going to be like. Hey, Roberts girl. Cheers to everybody. Cheers to the Astonishers. Cheers to Asteroid Fight Club. Cheers to every human being out there who is making it through this crazy age with us. Yeah, the planets are all bunched up right next to the sun. And that's why I keep trying to say that this isn't just a America thing. This isn't just an election thing. This isn't even just an Earth thing. Like, all the planets are in the mix. And one of the things we will probably talk about today now, the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction is not extremely rare. It happens about every 20 years. But if you look back on it, the last time we had a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, it was the year 2000. And if you can't remember the year 2000, that was a pretty big year. Like, the world was totally different in 1999, and it all started to change. Like, telephones were pretty much still on the wall. Granted, mobile phones started to come around in like 98, 99. But the world was a totally different place. It was still an analog world. And even 1980, the world was different in 1980. I dare say, even in 1980 and 1999, politics took up maybe 5 to 10% of the conversation. And now, fast forward 20 years, and politics takes up pretty much all of the conversation. And dang, I hate politics, bro. I really don't have a dog in this fight. I am so tired of our old system that is so played out. Cheers, though, bro. One subject I would like to discuss with you, my party people, There's one thing that I found frustrated, smoke them if you got them, is it seems like all the time, especially over the last decade, anytime you try to have a good conversation, that conversation gets veered off course because you got somebody going, New World Order, New World Order. Jesus told us we got to beware of the New World Order. And so in the last 2 weeks, just because I'm sick of everybody going, New World Order in my face. And you know, I couldn't find a mention of the New World Order in the Bible. I definitely couldn't find it in the blue words of Jesus Christ. But I could find wrestlers from like the year 1997 to 2010 who were always talking about a New World Order. And they were professional wrestlers, so that means all of their battles were completely scripted. And Hulk Hogan was the king. And so, dude, I didn't watch wrestling because if I'm going to watch something scripted, I enjoy really good dialogue, fantastic action, and a decent plot. But people I know and have respected loved wrestling. And so it's weird when they talk about how they program us as people. That like they literally programmed this thing called the New World Order and they put it in 12-year-olds' minds through the form of wrestlers. So that people have somehow turned their teenage dreams of Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker and the Von Erichs. I don't know, man. And they're now like, we gotta avoid Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan is coming to force us into peace. And then Hulk Hogan is gonna inject us with the vaccine in our dick hole. And we're all gonna be talking like Bill Cosby, going, Coca-Cola pudding pops for Satan. Or whatever. Man, I'm in the mood. It is sure good to see you, baby. So that's what I know, like, it's kind of crazy that you can trace it back, that like the whole New World Order thing started with wrestling. But that is a fantastic analogy for our politicians because they are a super private club, bro. For now, let's call them the underworld. And they have like scripted fights so that the public is like, rah, rah, Hulk Hogan, rah, rah, Undertaker. I guess or The Rock. Remember The Rock? He was in the Worldwide Wrestling Federation thing too. So, like, I don't even know, man. But like I'm saying, if you try to have a logical, theological, Brusian discussion about possibilities of what may or may not happen in the future, our entire intelligence seems to kind of cap off at holy crap, New World Order, Hulk Hogan is coming, and we're all gonna be in fucking hell. Snap into a Slim Jim. I don't know. Beef jerky used to be really good. I have a conspiracy theory that corporations, because it used to be like bug parts and hot dog parts and chicken parts in beef jerky, but then they were like, crap, that is not good enough. Let us go to like slumlord areas and get their bug parts, their chicken parts, because somehow beef jerky Slim Jims are nowhere as good as Slim Jims used to be. And so how you get cheaper parts than what they were using in Slim Jims beforehand, I do not know, but I imagine they did it. I wish they somehow did a taste test of like the McDonald's Big Mac for what used to be in the hamburger like 40 years ago over like 15 years. So you can see how 20 years, 40 years, how the hamburger became much less than, you know, what it used to be. McDonald's hamburgers used to be good. And, you know, McDonald's cheeseburger is still decent. All right. What's it talking about? I don't even know. Like I said. Oh. And it's like every time I start to exercise and eat right, yeah, everything's watered down. Then I get something happens and I don't do that anymore. And so, yeah, for the last 10 days, dude, I've been depressed. Oh, buddies, and while you're here with, hello. And while you're here with me, I want to say that, okay, so for the last 2 weeks, my hackers have been really upset. Really, 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 really upset. And so every time I've gone to make a video Like, dude, I went out of my way. I went and I got my medicine so I can extra concentrate from my doctor. Went through that whole process so I could get back to making the best videos ever. And now when I go to edit my badass edited videos, I guess there's a back door in the Adobe Photoshop Premiere program. My hackers will bust in and shut my whole computer down. And sure, that's frustrating, but let me tell you, the video I've been trying to make is one of my super cool, super fancy, super smooth videos asking everyone to avoid World War III. And so as Planetary Defense Commander, we got like H-bombs going off in Beirut, and then so you've had multiple explosions in China, Japan, North Korea, was it Syria? Like, dude, you got explosions all over the place, and you can alter the frequency. And so at times I like to step in where I can and just say, hey, everybody calm down. Let us please remember to avoid World War III. And so the idea that my Sam hacker people are stepping in, preventing me making a cool video to calm people down and ask people to prevent World War III kind of just shows exactly where we're at. That some people have had a hell of a time adapting to 2020, whatever it is and whatever it may be and whatever it may become. And so, like, I don't know what grudges people have against me that seem to have stemmed from 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, but they sure seem fucking irrelevant in 2020, bro. You may not believe in the pandemic, but it is affecting us regardless of whatever you believe that it is. Every single nation in the world is having to deal with it. Yeah, even the super crazy nations. Even the super angry nations. Everybody's having to deal with it, man. Whether you like it, don't like it, believe in it, don't believe in it, it's the fucking thing that we all have to deal with as individuals. And so you got people losing their minds. Like, I live in an apartment. There are many people around me in other apartments. My apartment is surrounded by other apartment buildings. And so I can hear people losing their mind outside. I can hear people fighting. It has definitely become like more of an unstable world ever since the unemployment benefit extensions expired. As I predicted, the empathy levels would sink. And so if you just joined us, I've been saying the energy in August has been about as bad. I don't know. I can't remember energy this bad, where I could barely even concentrate, think, do anything. And so it's just weird. I guess it's not weird at all. It's part of 2020, but humanity and civilization are founded on teamwork. And so look, I get that in like 2010, the switch flipped. And that the American way used to be healthy competition asterisk. And then in 2010, it was like destroy your competitor, annihilate, make sure you're the only one out there. The Amazon business model, like fuck the USPS. And I gotta say, man, like I stay down the middle and I don't like politics at all. But watching a war on the United States Postal Service is one of the fucking weirdest things I've ever seen. The only people that really benefit from that are Amazon and then like maybe, you know, the digital companies like Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Apple. And so it just shows how divided we are as a nation. that like the guys who brought us our Christmas cards every year, our birthday cards every year, it's basically been like, okay, it's not necessarily socialism, but we take care of the Postal Service, they take care of us, and we just make it happen. And I've pretty much always enjoyed the postal people throughout my entire life. They've been pretty good demeanored people. And so to watch the Postal Service kind of get the legs kicked out under them during pandemics, really fucking weird, bro. Really weird. Can you imagine if we got rid of the Postal Service? Do you think that Amazon is going to do a better job for cheaper? And then there's the whole thing about voting by mail. But I'm pretty sure at this point, everybody's so geared up that voting by mail isn't really that big a deal. People will risk getting the coronavirus to go vote. And let me say again, you are more than welcome to believe whatever you want to believe. If you think it's a hoax, that's fine. If you ain't worried about it, that's fine. But let me just say, at this point now, I know a lot of people who've had relatives die from it. So I don't want to get it. And also, if you get it, a lot of times your sense of taste and smell never comes back. And so I don't want to be knocked down to a 5 sense player. You know what I'm saying? We have 7 senses. What is it like? Smell, sight, taste, hearing. Skipped a couple. But I'm just saying, dude, I don't know. I don't want it. And, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But remember my initial hypothesis was that it was created in a lab and then it accidentally got out in a firefight between 2 different agencies? Well, I've seen people basically say that it's a combination between SARS and AIDS. And so there's no vaccine for AIDS, bro. There's no pill you can take that gets rid of your AIDS. And so at no point in time do I want to catch some weird gorilla hybrid between SARS and AIDS. But you can be totally different. You're going to get a lot of opportunities to go out there and do what you want to do. All right, let me get to my notes. Save your strength. I made notes. Here's my first note. Because you're my friend and I love you. I don't give a shit if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. I need some cool people to survive with their mental facilities into 2021. And 2021 is probably not going to be some super fantastic fun party either. It'll probably get better. All right. So for like 6 weeks, starting in the very middle of August, you're going to have like a giant battle between Mars and Saturn. As I've tried to tell you guys, this is a planetary thing. Planets have their own energies, frequencies, vibrations. I don't know. I think planets are alive. I know some of y'all don't agree, and that's fine. But so we are in a marathon, dude. 2020 is a giant freaking marathon. And I don't want to get too whatever, but prepare for a scenario where neither presidential candidate survives. Whether we lose one, the other, or both, it's a possibility. Hey, I could die. You could die. Anybody's fair game. It's like Game of Thrones up in this bitch, bro. And so I get that some people think their politician of choice is like Superman and like Jesus is over there ordaining him every 5 minutes. Like, boom, you get magic Jesus Christ powers. Boom, you get Magic Jesus Christ powers. I'm not sure that's how it's going down, and both of them are over the age of 70. And I can't even imagine being on this planet for 25 more years. Can you? Anywho, what's it talking about? So, if there is some grand surprise, that might be one of them. At some point, we might lose one of the presidential candidates or both of them. So either way, be prepared for a wild 6 weeks starting almost any time now. You know what was not fun, but I did for you guys? I spent a large portion of the year going, hey guys, I'm very concerned about the Pluto-Saturn conjunction January 15th, 2020. I spent a year talking about that shit. I was so sure something was going to happen major that I talked about all the time. And then boom, we had a plague hit. And so Saturn is going to retrograde to within 3 degrees of Pluto. I think it's like September 24th. I could be wrong. I got to recheck that date. And so I'm pretty sure some pretty bad negative shit is going to happen around that point as well. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, a good way, somebody else, I took these notes from someone else. What up, Noodles? So for the next 6 weeks, especially starting on August 24th, imagine Saturn and Mars are like roommates, right? So it's like you will be living with Saturn and Mars for 6 weeks. And they don't always get along. And they're not always nice to each other. And for whatever reason, Saturn is going to have the upper hand, man. That at the end of the day, whatever big battles are happening, Saturn's going to have the upper hand. And so that's the big deal that I'm trying to talk about. That like Saturn and Jupiter conjunct every 20 years. Where they're kind of on top of each other in the sky every 20 years. But this will be like the first, like if you look in all those displays that I've showed you, they're almost right on top of Pluto. And as a matter of fact, Jupiter will retrograde back over Pluto one more time in November. And so, not only is it a Jupiter and Saturn conjunction, but Pluto is up in everybody's grill all the time. And if you thought Mars and Saturn weren't a fun party, well, boy, let me tell you, Pluto is sort of like a nightmare. Ooh, can I take a break from what I was talking about, talk about something else? I had this crazy fucking dream, and it was like I was dreaming in 5D. It was like I was in this super cool mansion of the future, except the mansion of the future had a way, it was like artificial intelligence, to turn every thought you ever had into the worst nightmare you ever had. And so, man, that was like the worst nightmare I've had in a long time. It was like I had a nightmare that contained 1,000 nightmares. So it was like no matter what I did, no matter what I said, everything turned out horrible. Oh. Shout out to all the people who were like, hey man, I had a dream that an asteroid hit my hometown. So I'm totally convinced that an asteroid's going to hit my hometown. And I don't think that's how it works, man. You know, I don't think that's how it works. All right, I'm going to beer number 2. I have not had beers in a week. So I'm going to enjoy them with you. 2020 is freaking crazy. 2020 is wild. Okay, so there was this thing where it was at the Supreme Court. I don't know. They ruled that Uber has to treat everybody as an employee and not as a gig contractor. And so Uber was like, wait, you mean we got to give them health insurance and time off for sick and 401ks and crap? Well, then what if we just quit being Uber? That was the last piece of news I saw. Cheers, bottoms up. But hey, thank you to everybody out there. And if my hackers are watching, it would be cool if you guys could back off for like a week so I could make it like that is a cool sticker, and thank you, Michael. Woo! It would be cool if my hackers could back off and let me make a Please Avoid World War III video for 2020 edition. I've made 5 of them in my Thor News time here, where when it gets so tense, I'm like, hey guys, let me try to remind everybody, everyone loses in World War III, and it totally screws up any type of biblical prophecy, because if every creature dies, you don't get any type of, all the prophecies are then just over. Do you ever think about how, the book of Revelation, and I say this as a Christian, it like, I don't know, it's a weird gatekeeper. You know me, I love prophecy. I definitely love my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. But it's just odd how the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel are used as like ultimate gatekeeping. Like you always get a bunch of people yelling at you like, snap into a Slim Jim, New World Order, Agenda 2030. Man, I don't know crap, but thank you, Michael. Amen. And so I go back to Jesus Christ's 2 laws: love God above all else and love your neighbor as your brother, which is like the foundation of Thor News, that like, man, we gotta work together. Like everything is falling apart. Like did you guys see that explosion in Massachusetts? Where like it blew up and it blew up a couple houses? Like shit is just exploding all over. And everybody's at the very end of their like music. All right, let's talk about music. Now, I don't want to disrespect Cardi B, but I saw somebody saying that like there's a song called WAP, W-A-P. I believe it stands for wet ass P word. Now, I highly recommend you go watch Ben Shapiro. God, you gotta love the Bens, don't you? Ben Shapiro. Watching Ben Shapiro talk about that music video is one of the funniest shit I've seen all year. And yeah, it was. No disrespect to Ben, but Ben seemed confused that women got wet. 7, my sticker gang, bringing it. Y'all are great. Thank you, 7. And so, like, I don't know. I thought Taylor's album was actually above average, and I liked it. And it was very 2020 Act 1. But I'm just saying I'm looking for next level music, man. I'm looking for the music of the future. Doc Savage. Ooh, so thank you again, Michael. Thank you, 7. Thank you, Asteroid Fight Club. You guys are amazing. Amazing. That reminds me. Okay, sidebar. You know what? So I've been going crazy the last 10 days. Like the energy's just been so intense, so incredible. I can't think. it just, like, I feel bad. I'm having horrible thoughts. Like, oh, what if it never gets better? What if I'm gonna die soon? What if it's all horrible, right? I hate that shit. But you know what? The only thing that I could watch and focus on, I watched Ocean's 13, Ocean's 12, and Ocean's 11 backwards for maximum effect, and then I watched them all again. For whatever reason, watching all those cool dudes in a cool movie made me feel better. So I don't know. I recommend it. Dang, I had another point I was gonna make. I forgot it. You guys are great. But that is another crazy thing about the pandemic, is that we are running out of stuff to watch. Well, someone's talking about nanobots, and I gotta say, later, PC Juggalo, I'm glad you were here. Insane Clown Posse forever. You're dating the daughter of Frank Sinatra, and I loved the Frank Sinatra handshake part of Ocean's 11, where that even amongst gangsters, there's a code of honor. And I think that is a point that I've tried to make, that up until like 2010 or 2012, whether it be gangsters or pirates or witches, there was always a code of honor. And that family was the foundation, but there was a code of honor that had to be upheld. And we have watched that code of honor go straight out the fucking window, dude. I mean, and that's the whole thing, is like having a world without any honor, having a world without any empathy is a scary place. Scary place. So I'm doing my best to stay cool, although I don't know if my headgear is helping. Crap, I had something really great to say and then I totally forgot it. And maybe I should take lessons on how to get on people's good sides. I don't know, that's the whole thing, is I used to believe that, as my dad and stepdad taught me, that mutually assured destruction is a pretty healthy deterrent. Like, man, you got to keep some type of an honor code, because if everybody dies, that means we all failed. I don't care if we've got aliens. I don't care if we've got nanobots. I don't care if we have demons or dimensional creatures, that somehow humanity has to rise up together and defeat them and put shit back in its right place. That's my job, dude. But I want to say that thank you, and I love you. And people accuse me of being scared all the time. Do I look like I'm fucking scared, bro? I mean, life has been quite a task since 2017. I'm the dipshit who's been trying to unite everybody. And I recognize it doesn't help to remind people that if we would have united before 2020, we would have avoided the plague altogether. And the plague fucking sucks. Whether or not you believe it's a plague, a hoax, whatever, the planet's in solar disarray. so, what are we going to do to put it all back together? I do not know. But I think we got major shit. Like, be prepared for just about everything in 2020. It's like, have you guys been watching those wildfires? One of the reasons, if I make a video going, hey, this is a fire, I'm putting it in my catalog because it looks like a fucking volcano, man. And I've asked that question again. If a volcano erupted, I don't think unless it happened in a city and you could see lava that they would tell people, oh yeah, a volcano just erupted in California. Like, I don't know if you remember the Paradise Fire that happened in 2019? There were insurance people who were like, hey, did you see lava? Several people got asked by insurance adjusters, did you see lava? That's a crazy question, man. Speaking of that, and I guess today I'm trying to get on everybody's good side. So I'm not saying this to disrupt anybody, but the giant gang of guys who tried to sell everybody a grand solar minimum from 2015 on, and technically, if I understand it correctly, they think they know what the sun is going to do for the next 30 years. How crazy does that sound now to think that some gang of guys figured out exactly what the sun is going to do in the year of 2020? Okay, you know how, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, though I know it'll offend somebody. You know how, like, women are kind of like cats, where you don't know what they're going to do next, and you don't know why they're doing what they do? Well, the sun is like a woman times a million, where, dude, I don't know what the sun's doing. I don't know why the sun's doing it. I don't know what's going on, but I'm here to watch. And I'm here to watch all of her subtle features. And so, I'm not going to pat myself on the back because I don't have health insurance. Don't want to throw my arm out. But remember when I was like, the sun is going to wake up in July 2020? Well, bang, we've had 5 sunspots in 2 weeks. And so, like, I definitely think we've got a major earthquake on the table. I definitely think we got a major volcano eruption on the table. Everybody keeps saying this hurricane season is just going to be kablooey. Although they're pumping out, they're separating the low from the convection, and they're pumping the main development region with Saharan dust often. And so, like, now we're going to get another giant cloud of Saharan dust. So, shout out and cheers to the atmospheric defense team, Asteroid Fight Club, Prayer Warriors, Seven, and Michael. Y'all are doing a great job. Start with Salt Spring Island. Doc, I need to go to Canada. I cannot die until I go to Canada. But I don't want to die in Canada. Ooh, I want to go to Mexico too. Oh, hey, in great news, one of my best friends, Asterisk, I haven't talked to him in a couple years. Jack Steele's his code name. He followed me again on Facebook. So that is wonderful news. He's been in a couple of my videos. He's a super cool guy. I guess nowadays he's technically is handsomer than me, though we used to be the same amount of handsomeness. Being Planetary Defense Commander takes a toll on you. Oaxo is wild. Hey, what's going on, Nick? Oh, okay, I'll break it all down for you. 1, thank you to the person who made me this. And yes, Super Good Friends is a great place to start. Also, save your strength. Because the next 6 weeks are going to be like you are sharing an apartment with Saturn and Mars, right? And sometimes Saturn doesn't fill the ice cube trays. Sometimes Mars leaves the fridge open. Sometimes Saturn and Mars take a shit in your upper decker, you know, like in the water tank behind your toilet. Sometimes for no reason, they'll both be like, "Ha, let's take a dump." And then you'll be like, "Why did you do that?" So yeah, all the way through the end of August through September into October. And then Saturn and Pluto are going to be within 3 degrees of each other again. And so Pluto's all up in this mix. And so that is why I'm saying there's a chance we could lose one of the presidential candidates or both of them before the election. I would reiterate that point again and again and again and again, but I don't want to, like, you know, spook anybody out. And so it's like the energy, it's like you got Mars, you got Saturn, you got Jupiter, you got Pluto, you got Eris, you got Dark Moon Lilith. So it's no wonder the entire USA and world is losing its mind and fighting with each other. It's like every demigod has showed up for 2020. Every demon has showed up for 2020. I think a lot of superheroes are here. It's just they're harder to find. Doc Savage is here. Noodles is here. Seven's here. Brad Pitt, Bruce Willis, and Julia Roberts are here. Although I gotta say, in Ocean's 12, when they had Julia Roberts playing Julia Roberts, but not as Julia Roberts, and then Bruce Willis showed up, that felt super meta. And I don't even know what meta means, man. And so, yeah. Apparently the 13th could be a big day. The 27th could be a big day. And so it's like everybody's breaking down, everything's breaking down. And I'm wondering why, like, my haters and hackers that have been messing with me since 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, what has it got you, bro? You know? Look around the world, man. I was here trying to unite everybody and bring rock and roll back to earth. Like, what was your big deal? Like, what was the problem there? All right, I'm gonna get another beer. I'll be right back. And you know what? It feels like, okay, or it's like the planets are sort of neutral, where they can't directly do anything to us. It kind of feels like the aliens are like planets. Most of us believe in aliens, right? I mean, I would guess there's a chance that I'm mildly blood relative to Valiant Thor. Oh, so did you guys, someone's talking about Cartman. Did you guys see the video of Alex Jones yelling at teenagers with a bullhorn? If you get a chance, you can look it up on YouTube or Twitter. It's pretty funny. But try and remember, the people Alex Jones is yelling at are like 18-year-olds. All right. One moment, please. Sometimes I get lucky with books, not with women. And so let's figure out what we may be dealing with. But it still blows my mind, and I know I've said this a million times. Alex Jones was making $40 million a year before he got shit canned. Can you imagine making $40 million a year fighting the Illuminati? That's wild. All right, this book was written in 1994, called Millennium Prophecies. Oh, and the other thing you missed was that as a Christian, I believe that a lot of times they use, like, the book of Revelation is used as gatekeeping, so that you get a large, it's mobs of people. You get a large group of people who spew shit out to obstruct any type of decent discussion. And so, the last 10 years, I always get people yelling at me, New World Order, New World Order, New World Order. And A, I couldn't find it in the Bible. And B, it was a bunch of fucking wrestlers, man. Hulk Hogan so all these kids watched Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker and The Rock saying, hey man, New World Order's coming. And so now, because they were 13, they were watching wrestling, now everybody believes in this New World Order. And technically, they've become New World Order salesmen. Okay, so one thing we have to look out for in 2020 is unholy beasts. Through the ages, various human boogeymen have been associated with the terrible Antichrist. In the time of the Romans, it was the emperors themselves who were linked with him. And latterly, churchmen and politicians. So yeah, this is from 1994. Oh, and so 1994, we're supposed to watch out for the head of churchmen, although there are no real there are no great church leaders anymore. The last one I remember is Joel Osteen, maybe. Although he was suspect, when he turned a basketball stadium into church, I was like, wait a minute. Something smells rotten in Denmark. Not to take anything away from Joel and his family, I'm just saying. Because my whole point was like, Jesus didn't give the Sermon on the Mount every single day. And so if you're going to give a sermon to 20,000 people every single day, you better have something really good to say. Okay, so unholy beast is something we need to watch out for. Uh-oh, the burning staircase. You guys remember David Koresh? That was crazy shit, dude. I worked at a television station in Arlington. And I'll always remember when we watched Waco burn. That was a weird day. That was in 1993. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this in but I've said before that like 1988 to 1993 were like the glory years. Earth and America in its prime. and that everybody loved Michael Jordan. But then in 1993, at the end, his dad was murdered. And then 6 months later, Kurt Cobain was murdered. And then it went like Tupac, Biggie. All you had to do was take out a couple of good guys. Okay, the Book of Prophecies. And I'd like to remind everybody, it's something we need to keep into perspective, that every single generation before us thought Christ was going to return, or the rapture was going to happen, or the end times were here. Every single time. For 1950 years, everybody was sure the world was going to end during their lifetime. And so I was talking to my 92-year-old neighbor Rose the other day, and I said, look, I gotta live like I'm going to die today, and I'm going to be alive 10 years from now. So I gotta do what I can to say, thank you, Jesus, and Asteroid Fight Club, that I have beer, that I have electricity, that I have 1 can of soup left, that I have 2 guitars that won't, at the moment, they won't stay in tune, that I still have a mama I can text every once in a while and say, I love you, mama, or that I have a sister that I may probably see again, or I might get to see my buddy Jack Steele again, or I might get to meet you in person one day. So I cannot bet on the end of the world. I cannot bet on the end times. I cannot bet on a rapture tomorrow. I have to enjoy life like ninjas are going to kick down my door and stab me in the neck with a syringe because I've gotten so fat and so slow I will not be able to evade them. And that somehow we are going to hang on for dear life for at least another decade. And no offense, but President Trump's had a crappy fucking diet. Hey bro, I've had a crappy diet. Today I had 1 can of soup and delicious Bluebell ice cream, pralines, and cream. And I got a big belly right now. So I'm not judging anybody. But I'm just saying, if Trump can eat Wendy's and McDonald's every day, then I can drink beer and energy drinks and smoke cigarettes and probably live to be 73 as well. And so I plan to be here for the next 10 years. And so that's how I'm looking at it. Like, we as a people have to wake the fuck up and stop focusing on an election in 3 months, acting like it's the future when it's not. That we have to figure out now as a people, as a civilization, how to adapt to the fucking plague, how to realize that our civilization, our system, the American system is 250 years old and is so bloated, so corrupt, and is that like we have to make an adjustment and adapt and come up with a brand new, better way. We have to figure out, where do we want to be 10 years from now? Because people have been talking about the end of the world for 20 fucking years, and I'm still here, you're still here, and odds are we're probably still going to be here 10 years from now. And if you want to have some wild conspiracy theory, my conspiracy theory would be that they have made such incredible advancements in medicine that you can live to be 150. You can live to be 200. And so a very tiny group of people are trying to figure out, they're trying to figure out where they want to be 100 years from now and they're selling everybody else the short end of the stick. Sidebar, totally unrelated. I love the Air Force. It's just how I am. Air Force is like, we've seen a lot of soldiers die this year from freak accidents, whether it be plane crashes. I believe we lost 7 or 9 Marines the other day in a boating exercise. And then today, somebody was just shooting at a helicopter, and that they shot the pilot from the ground. And this is weird because, like, in Houston, like a month ago, we had somebody shoot at the helicopter, hit the pilot, and then the helicopter crashed into an apartment complex. These are crazy days. Beware of pessimists. They have a problem for every solution. I couldn't agree with you more, Noodles. And that's why, like I said, that like everybody here is totally free to believe whatever they want to believe. And I've tried to give you guys my very honest opinion. I'm not affiliated with anyone outside of Earthlings, Americans, Texans, Christians, Asteroid Fight Club, Astonishers. And so the plague is real. And so we're going to have to deal with it for 2 more years. And there is a chance that if it is like some weird AIDS, SARS mixture, that they'll never find a fucking vaccine for it. Or there's a chance that if like Putin or our pharmaceutical corporations come up with a vaccine, they're going to bilk the, like, they're going to like lay out plans to figure out, all right, what is the best way we can maximize our money and our power over the next 2 years now that we've got the golden egg? And like, even like, let's say you had a Joseph Salk who came up with the, what did he do that was killing everybody? I forget. Wasn't it measles? I forget. But like, let's say there's some great guys like, hey man, in my basement, I found the cure for COVID. Even then, you've got a giant issue where, you know, you've got like 20% of people who literally fear the vaccine more than anything out there. And I'll be honest, like if they're like, hey guys, we got a vaccine, come on down to Walgreens and get it, I would probably wait a couple months to see what happened to everybody else. Because it's always like, there is some truth. There's a little bit of truth in almost everything. And one of the girls I dated, women, she did a ton of research on autism. And so she was super anti-vaccines. And that if you watched, autism exploded from the mid-80s like 2,000%. That somehow autism went from being very rare to being something that happened to like 1 out of every 6 kids. Or diabetes. Now, diabetes I can explain easier. Soda pop, dude. Like energy drinks. We are literally they take sugar and they put it in a particle collider, and then they make the sugar as tiny as possible, and then they put it in your soda pop. So it's like, bam, you have like instant diabetes 3 if you drank a single Coke. And so I would say the diabetes probably comes from our concentrated sugars, but the whole autism thing is weird. And I think every single person on my channel knows that we do not trust the medical industry. We do not trust pharmaceutical companies. At one point in time, my mom had a problem with her lung. It collapsed. And she talked about how she had to take a pill, and the pill was like between $5,000 to $10,000. but it cost them like $2 to manufacture. And for multiple years, I've talked to y'all about how, like, the honor system has left, and that we've had a detachment from people who care about other human beings. And so that there are people out there who are willing, like, if they can make 100 million off 10,000 deaths, they'll do it. Like, for example, Elon Musk's fucking company went from a $240 stock price, the plague hit, and then his stock jumped to $1,740. It was almost like he was getting paid 100 grand from every fucking American that died from COVID. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm just saying. And it is also weird that, like, there's this great distrust of Bill Gates. But it seems like all the people on the right totally trust Elon Musk like he was fucking Iron Man. Like, oh, dude, Elon says he wants to plug his artificial intelligence straight into my brain so I can listen to Spotify for free without having to pay $15 a month. And I'm totally cool with that because it's Elon Musk. Like, they're like, the people I trust the most are Donald J. Trump, and then QAnon, and then Elon Musk. And I'm trying not to talk shit about Elon, you know, but I'm just saying. I don't trust Elon, dude. I don't trust Elon at all. And it's also a weird thing that I do not understand. Is that it is one thing to take a herd of sheep or herd of cattle and then slaughter them and then be like, I'm the greatest human being in the world. I just slaughtered 1,000 cattle and sold them for $1 million. It is another thing to slaughter human beings and then being like, I'm the greatest human being on the planet. I just tricked 1 million human beings. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if your ultimate goal is power or money, you don't seem that powerful to me. Because I am a Christian, and there's one thing that I disagree with my Christians on, or they disagree with me on, is that I do not think that, like, when we die, heaven is just like a hotel room that you go to and you stay there and you and Jesus hang out and watch our favorite sitcom for infinity. I have a feeling that life rolls, and that, like, I have probably lived many lives as this spirit, and you will probably live many lives as your spirit. And so what we do now, we pay for eventually. And I think that is why I've used my life and my power to try to unite people. Whether or not I will see it in my lifetime, I know that Earth can be a much better place. We are fighting over the dumbest shit ever. We are fighting the wars of 1,000 years ago. We were fighting like the Mayan wars, the Middle Eastern wars, the like China wars, the like North and South American wars. We're fighting all the wars now. And at the end of every war maneuver is someone trying to make a lot of money. All right. The 7 millenniums. According to Nostradamus, the earth was created in 4137 BC. We are presently living at the end of the 6th millennium. Okay, that's great. The earth could be ancient. The earth may have always been here. Although I think it was created at some point. But what I'm trying to say is that, dude, I don't understand time. And that I don't think we can verify much beyond 400 years ago. Ooh, another thing. One of my favorite movies of all time, probably my favorite romantic comedy ever, is a movie called The Philadelphia Story with Katharine Hepburn, Jimmy Stewart, and Cary Grant. That movie is super. I watched it again, it gave me hope. After it, I tried to follow it up with Bringing Up Baby, which has Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant. Cary Grant's like my favorite actor of all time. And I got like halfway through it. I didn't like it in film school. I don't really like it now. It's painful in parts. Anywho, but the whole point is, in the 1940s movie, they have the main character trying to build a dinosaur, right? Like, in 1940s, they're convincing everybody, oh, we got dinosaurs that are like everywhere, man. And I guess my whole point is that, like, as I've tried to say, that maybe the whole dinosaur thing has always been a lie. Behind that lie was them telling us that petroleum comes from dinosaur bones. It was like one hand in the other hand. It was like dinosaurs, petroleum. Dinosaurs, petroleum. And so my whole point is that, like, the adage is that the winner gets to write history. Like, I want to take you back to the founding of America. Now remember this, you had Europe, you had the Middle East, you had India, you had all these countries that have been around for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. And at the same time, somehow some plucky pilgrims showed up in the USA a couple hundred years after Leif Erikson, by the way, and was like, we're going to get rid of 28 million North Americans, Central Americans, and South Americans, and then we're going to start America here. And so I don't believe a single fucking thing that comes out of our history books concerning the founding of our fucking country. I'm pretty sure pirates ruled everything around the 1600s, 1500s, 1700s, 1800s. And so that, like, America was set up to be kind of a proxy nation to the super rich controllers of the world. It's like the very idea of a new world order technically could have already happened several times. So I don't fucking trust history at all. And it goes like I talked about this in the other video, that now that we have like 31 million people laid off in America, that our entire school system was designed to make us good employees. That, like, this guy will be a bank manager. This guy will be a factory engineer. This guy will be an architect. Like, we were always, our education system was designed to make us good employees. And so that, like, every step of the way, there's always been someone who had some type of a plan and had access to the inside information. But we got here. And this is not a very popular deja vu theory, but that I believe from 1900 to the year 2000, you had secret societies have a secret handshake, basically saying, we will fight a theater of war in the public eyes while we maintain some type of balance of law and order. And so we made it through 1900 to the year 2000 without wiping out everybody, without collapsing civilization, because the secret societies worked for lack of a better term, a greater good. And I technically have this conspiracy theory that they were leading towards, like, they were moving towards world peace, but the digital age, the Silicon Valley guys totally disrupted that plan. And so we've kind of been in an anything goes, nobody knows what's going to happen next situation since 2012. Where the, like, bankers took over the world in 2008, and then Silicon Valley took over the world in 2012. And you know, that's the thing about, okay, Bill Gates and George Soros. Like, George Soros is like Weekend at Bernie's, dude. What is he, like, 93 now? 89? Like, Bill Gates is like 64. That, like, he was already one of the richest human beings on the planet. He was already one of the most powerful men on the planet. I still don't get what he would gain by releasing a virus and then injecting everybody with some mark of the beast vaccine. It just, as a screenwriter, it just doesn't make sense. And I don't know, that's what I think. Like, so we don't usually have conspiracy theories about, it's not a conspiracy theory about Microsoft. It's not a conspiracy theory about Amazon. It's not a conspiracy theory about Apple. It's not a conspiracy theory about Google. There are always conspiracy theories about one single man. And the men are usually over 60. And I can tell you that, like, I had almost unlimited energy up until like 2 or 3 years ago. And that for the last few years, I've just been way tired most of the time. And so I don't know, just the idea of people in their 60s pulling some grand schemes seems very weird to me. It's usually the people in their 40s that are, or 30s that are, where their ambition outweighs their abilities. And I still go back to my theory that they're all human beings, man. At the end of the day, they're all humans. Are we already on Mars? Yes. 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 That is my guess. My guess is they have little cities in the sky that you do not know about. My guess is they have cities on the moon you do not know about. And my guess is they can get to Mars and back, and we don't know about it. My guess is that much of the money, the trillions of dollars that have been printed since the year 2000, have been spent building worlds. And if you spend any time on Instagram or Twitter, okay, follow the hottest women on the planet. And they will always show like these 10-second clips of these places that like you've never really seen, you've never really been to. But it's almost like if billionaires owned their own little islands, or billionaires owned their own little cities, or billionaires had carved out 100 acres, 100 miles on Mars. Because there was one time back in the day when I used to go out to bars, and there I never knew who would sit next to me, but a lot of times I was very impressed by who it was. I got to sit next to one of the guys who was one of the top radiation experts on the planet. And he told me the problem with traveling to Mars is that if you want to get to Mars in any normal time span, even a 2-year plan from what we know in the science, you would have to be going like 30,000 miles an hour. So to get from Earth to Mars in 2 years, the human being would have to be in a spaceship going 30,000 miles an hour for 2 straight years. And so he said your brain would be so fried by radiation, there's like no way you could do it. Like there's no, like science doesn't know how. And I was like, well, I bet you could use water somehow to filter that shit out. He's like, I don't know, maybe. Ooh, another theory that I've always had is that what if there's oxygen in space? What if there's sound in space? I mean, that's just a theory. And this brings us back to the frustration of being me. Because I've always tried to find the truth and figure it out, but definitely space agencies have been super fucking weird the whole time. But I think they've made technological advancements from 1990 to now that would blow our minds. And as you guys know, I've dilly-dallied with some people in the underworld. And they are all so scared to reveal anything that might be what we know contrary to the truth. That it goes back to the old saying of the lie is different at every level, and all the information is so compartmentalized. Like, for example, let me put it a different way. The people that get to golf with the president is a pretty tight group. Like, not many people, I don't know, maybe 1,000 people have golfed with the president. I don't know, man. There are different groups. There are different levels. And it scares the shit out of me to watch the underworld diverge from the public as much as it has. But that is another reason I believe the virus is fucking real and the virus was totally unplanned. I hope I don't say anything that gets me in trouble. Yes, our magnetic sphere is interesting. Total Recall was accurate to a point, someone says. And you know what's weird is I've had dreams of being on Mars. But that's why, like, even, look, man, it's like a 10-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 30-year-old. I used to freaking dream of what it would be like to go to the moon with my friends and my girlfriend or my wife. You know, that, like, we used to have imaginations that looked beyond politics and conflict. And so you could dream about jetpacks. You could dream about going to the moon. And so it is very curious, whether it be Elon or NASA, or everybody always skips over the moon. It's kind of fucking depressing too. It was like, there was this guy on YouTube. I still think he does videos called Crow. Shout out to the Hearst family. Crow used to show videos where you would see like a VHS wave over the moon, where like he would be videoing the moon, and then you'd see some type of like weird VHS wave over the moon. And so I think they're projecting. I think we definitely have people on the moon, although there are too many theories, because I still think the thing that resonates with me, Crow 777, yeah. And so, like, some people were saying the moon is a hologram. I don't think the moon's a fucking hologram. What I think is that they have shit on the moon, but they project the moon as we know it, so it looks like the old moon to us. It's kind of like, for example, the last 10 years of having a phone, a cell phone, right? If you take a picture of the moon or a video, my phones have always had the most hardest impossible time focusing on the moon. And so I think they have like moon filters on everybody's phone so that no matter what, it shows what they want you to think that the moon would be. That whatever, the moon is like the great mystery. Much frustratingly, you know? And, I always use, Elon's always like, let's go to Mars. Let's go to Mars. Let's go to Mars. It's kind of like saying, like, if you're going camping, like, hey, we live in Texas. Let's go camp in Africa. You're like, I got an idea. Let's go camp down by Galveston first, because Galveston's only an hour drive away. And if something goes wrong, we can come back. And so the idea that you would skip the moon completely, and the moon seems as lifeless and as dead as Mars is, that's just how absurd it is. Like, they're trying to divert everybody's focus away from the moon. Here's another crazy thing. The moon was not mentioned until 1500 BC. That's good information, Doc. And the fact that we only see the same side of the moon is so weird. But here's another thing. If I can remember what it was, then I was going to say that here's another thing. But even my stepdad, who was in the Air Force, said that said that we have problems with the Van Allen belts. So there are theories that we are kind of trapped in a magnetic cage, and that until we get our shit together, we're going to be trapped here on Earth. I like that the moon is mooning us. Yes. And it still makes me question, like, why don't we have GoPros around Venus? Why don't we have a single fucking GoPro satellite that's always pointed at the moon 24/7 in 60 frames per second in 7K? When I show you guys the satellite pictures of Earth, it's usually we get one photograph every 10 minutes. We're not getting a giant panoramic view of Earth in 60 frames a second. Excuse me. And most scientists will admit that the Earth is not in hydrostatic equilibrium. The Earth is not perfectly round. The Earth bulges out in the middle, called the equatorial electrojet line. But when they show us the Earth in any photograph, it's always round. I don't know, dude. Like, outer space is the ultimate WTF. And so trying to figure out the truth or get us closer to the truth is very frustrating. People in Weather Twitter the other day were saying, man, I remember back in 1994 when I would pay $30 for 100 megabytes on a thumb drive, or like in 1999. And now you get a couple terabytes for $30. And I was, it's one of the points that I made that, like, dude, we've had the Hubble telescope since 1995. We've had the same fucking telescope for 25 years. We have not upgraded our telescope for 25 fucking years. Like, it is the number one tool of NASA or space agencies. Remember, I really wish you guys had spent your time like mine. Well, maybe that's not true. But over the last almost 8 years, I went back and tried to watch the majority of all the space videos from like the 50s all the way up to like 2020. And I cannot express clearly enough how pretty much every science video before the Hubble telescope was like, we don't know anything about water. We don't know anything about the planets. We don't know anything about the Earth. We don't know anything about the sun. We don't know anything about the moon. And then the Hubble telescope came out and they were like, we know everything about everything. The solar system is 5.3 billion years old. There's a planet, 130 light years away that has 6 moons and its favorite color is blue, and it really likes cotton candy, but it doesn't like gecko lizards for some reason. Like in the mid 90s, science took an amazingly radical shift, and it went from being inclusive to being like, we don't know anything, to being like, we know everything. Which is weird. The truth community did the same thing. Before 2015, the truth community didn't know anything other than Nibiru was going to kill us all, or we're going to die in 2012. And then when 2015 hit, the truth community knew everything about everything all the time. Oh, and another point, if my hackers will ever let me edit a video again, I used to make a bunch of videos on the planet Ceres. Anywho, they came out with a giant science story saying Ceres is filled with oceans. That may be true, but that's kind of like saying the moon is filled with the oceans. Because Ceres looks just like our moon. Ceres is just like a big dumb round rock. Actually, I would think that maybe Ceres was Vulcan's moon, or Tiamat's moon, and then somehow when everything blew up, it didn't go right, and it ended up in orbit. And so what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't know, for the idea to say that Ceres is as ridiculous, the idea that saying Ceres is filled with water is as ridiculous saying as the moon is filled with water. I don't know, who knows? Maybe the moon is hollow. Maybe the moon is filled with aliens. Fossil fuel, man-made word. I love you guys. You guys are great. And I like the fact that you guys are smart. And I like the fact that you guys are skeptical. And I like the fact that Jimmy Stewart was a total badass. And I like the fact that Jimmy Stewart, well, George Clooney and Brad Pitt reminded me of James Dean and Cary Grant. And do you guys remember that I said, I know way back in 2014, I tried to tell everybody at some point they're going to lay off 1 billion people. What are they going to do with those 1 billion people? I don't know. Yes, Genesis is one of my favorite books, and I do not think the earth has been here forever. I do think at some point this was all created. But if you want to talk about Cain, this is where I've gotten into the whole, I don't know, the weird theory is that, like, Adam was originally married to Lilith, and they did not get along. Lilith was like, fuck this shit, and she left and went to the moon or whatever. And then so God made Eve, and then that didn't turn out so great either. And then I have my own personal theory that all the continents in the Pangea were together, but that when the Eden thing happened, all the continents split, and that the Word of God, some of the Word of God ended up on every single continent, so that nobody had the total Word of God, that the Word of God was split among the 7 continents, or how many continents there are. And that works for me. It doesn't have to work for you, but it's... Wait, and let me go back to this. And so I went back to read the book of Revelations, and multiple times it says that there will be a man who will unite the word in a non-negative context. And so there's like one reference to like the devil uniting the world, and that's bad. And then there are 2 other references to a singular good man uniting the world, but nobody ever talks about that. The book I'm specifically referring to is in Revelations, when it talks about the 7 churches, that the night, or the angel of Thyatira, that there will be one man who will rise above all the shit. And apparently he has a problem with Jezebel at some point, but he overcomes all that. And he dashes all the nations and unites them. He unites the world. So it's like, we can unite the world in a good sense. I've always believed that. And I'm not going to change my mind. But, you know, people are adhering to their political beliefs. People are going to adhere to their religious beliefs. Oh, okay. How about this? Madame Blavatsky. We're reading out of the... In 1888, Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, claimed that Lemuria was the home of the 3rd root race. Lemuria was a lost continent believed by some to have existed in the Indian or Pacific Ocean until it was destroyed by a volcanic eruption. And then after them followed the Atlanteans. Which brings us back to the Hopi Indians believed, I think that we are now in the 7th generation, if I'm getting it correct. And that, so like, civilization has built itself up multiple times. And whether it be the first civilization that existed on Mars that fucked it all up, or then the one on Tiamat that fucked it all up, or the one in Atlantis that fucked it all up, or the one in Lemuria that fucked it all up, that whether we are the 6th super generation or the 7th, I don't know. But it seems like we got to something like this point multiple times. And so that is my whole point of like, why not do it right this time? And I reject the idea that giving up war and fighting amongst each other would be the way of the devil. I mean, you've got 215 nations fighting with each other over who's the greatest nation. You've got multiple religions fighting with each other over who's the greatest religion. You've got multiple billionaires fighting with each other over who's the best billionaire. You've got multiple political parties fighting with each other over who's the political party. Like, if we gave up war, all the resources, all the energy, all the spoils that went to fighting a war with each other could be shared amongst each other. And I see nothing evil about getting rid of war on Earth. But it's the New World Order boogeyman that I got to fight every fucking day. Because Hulk Hogan sold people for 20 years that the New World Order was coming. All right, one more word. Thor, I thought you were a believer that God came in the flesh, died, and was raised. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Jesus Christ is my King of Kings and my Lord of Lords. And the book of Revelation says that Satan gets his ass kicked and thrown in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. And so if Satan, the beast, and all the antichrists have been conquered for 1,000 years on earth, what do you think happens? Probably peace on earth, good times, rock and roll, families getting along. That is like the base of my belief. That like when we conquer all of our demons, good times shall reign on earth for at least 1,000 years. And that it is the thing that I fight for every day. I don't always know what to do. I don't always know what to say. I don't always know how to get there. But I don't know anything higher to fight for. That I've literally watched my country get torn to shreds from 1999 until now. To where, like, at no point in time was Jesus Christ ever telling me to follow politicians. At no point in time was Jesus Christ ever telling me that rich men should be the wise men or that politicians should be the ones who lead us. But I've watched rich men and politicians tear our nation and our world to shreds. And so, yeah, like, Jesus, in my book, Jesus Christ was super cool. And that even 2,000 years later, and he is still my king. Well, 1,950 years after he's stronger today than he's ever been. But like I said, I'm trying not to get political, but like to watch so many Christians almost worship a politician who's a billionaire, who is divorced multiple times, and fucking talks about the stock markets every single day like they were God Almighty. That blows my fucking mind. And at a time before he went into politics, everything he ever owned was fucking gold. Where he sat on a gold throne, shit in a gold toilet, had gold walls, had gold scepters. What is he, the fucking Pope? And then he put his name on everything. I'm gonna get another beer. Yeah, dude, Jesus was a Prince of Peace. And that I believe the second coming will be the King of Peace, and that earth will see 1,000-year period of prosperity and humans being on earth. I wrote back, beer break. But I want to say And remember, I was basically like born a Christian where I just had a relationship with God and Jesus since I can even remember. And that I have grown a great appreciation for all people of all faiths. And that I believe in my heart of hearts that at the end of the day, only God can judge. And so that is why I attempt to love Muslims the same way I love Christians, or pretty much anyone of any faith. I consider you all my brothers and my sisters, that we are all in this together. And I even have this weird theory. And it's not a theory, it's like let us say that I'm correct and that we live multiple lives after this. That like, would you want to be on a planet with me again? That like, let's say you got to live 10 more lives. Would you want me on your planet 10 more times? I would guess, yeah. I'm a really fucking cool guy. I'm not perfect. I have a bit of an ego, and I can be arrogant. B, I have a deep weakness for women on the highest shallow nature of just pure beauty and sexiness that I can't always control mentally. Anyway, what were we talking about? You know what is weird though? I look at it like, in many ways, to abide by the more puritanical Christian beliefs, dude, you gotta not have a fucking cell phone. You gotta not use a computer. Like, when people come at me like, hey man, you use astrology, you're not supposed to do that. I don't know about that. And I don't know, trying to figure out the planets and their effect on everyone, everything, that to me seems more natural than any time we use electronic technology. Technology is magic. Straight up, it is magic. Words are like spells. Every word I'm casting a zillion spells right now talking to you through technology. And I sure hope I get to go to heaven. Don't believe in false gods. Okay, great. But on the same vein, by being the children of God, we are all little gods. And that the big G God is the God. The big G God that created the Milky Way and the sun and the moon and the earth. Like, ain't nobody can fuck with him, dude. But we're all like little gods. I know that freaks people out, but we are so powerful. So why do you think some people, they cull our energy. They guide us like sheep with the narratives. Yes, and I do not believe anyone alive now is perfect, but I do love moments of perfection. Though, for me, they've been few and far between. And I definitely believe language is the number one stumbling block of human beings. And, how often do you hear people say, when they ranked sins, the love of money is number one. If there were an actual affront to God more powerful than anything else, it's the love of money. And to all the smart people out there, I cannot express how much money they have created since the year 2000. And as 666 points out, making mistakes forces us to evolve. And that is the most amazing thing, is that we have evolved so much, not only in the last 120 years, but even in the last 20 years, that I've said this often, that no matter what, throughout the last 2020 years, we've continued to move forward. We've continued to progress as humans, as a civilization, as nations. We've continued to take steps forward. Sometimes we took steps back, but we've all gotten here. And that we didn't build these cities by ourselves. We didn't write the symphonies by ourselves. But now we all have to solve all the problems of history now together over the next decade. Cheers to that, my friends. Yes, mistakes make you learn. And going back to astrology, it's weird. There are mutable signs, and then there are the like fixed signs where like I'm mutable, where like I'm a Sagittarius, so I can naturally change my belief system. That if you show me something superior to what I believed before, it is natural for me to change my mind. It is natural for me to see that I made a mistake. I'll learn from my mistake and I shall grow. Like, for example, a Taurus is like a fixed sign. So some of the more stubborn signs have a harder time admitting their mistakes. And you cannot learn and you cannot grow if you don't admit your mistakes. But that is weird, because I think Gemini, which is a mutable sign, our president, very big figure, he seems to have a hard time adapting. And even my haters and my hackers, they seem to have a hard time adapting. It's like I've said many times, like, hey guys, what if we are not in a grand fucking solar minimum? You know, it is a realm of possibility. There is a chance we are not going to be in a grand fucking solar minimum for the next 30 fucking years. And so it is weird to watch the fixed signs over the last 2 years now. And you know what's weird is if you look back on that, I was looking over the solar charts, and from like 2012, 2014, we had, as NASA talked about, a double peaked solar maximum. So it peaked once, and then it went down, and then it peaked again. And so that, like, dude, nobody knows what the sun is going to fucking do. And I've said this many times, but Betelgeuse, the right or left shoulder in Orion, depending on how you look at it, Beetlejuice went super dim for a couple months. And so we know so little about our own sun, and we know so little about the star field around us. Okay, the whole thing about somebody said, is anybody else getting a bug out bag ready? I don't advocate against having a bug out bag. And I have said many times that, like, I don't know, if it gets to be like Joseph McCarthy's The Road, I don't want to be here. That, like, if we get to roving gangs and cannibalism, and you can take me the fuck off the planet, dude. That's why it has not been my job to prepare everyone for the collapse of civilization. It has been my job to do what I can to help prevent the collapse of civilization. And yeah, so far we're having a rough go of it. And yes, the oceans. Someone always brings up the fact that we've only explored like 95% of our oceans. Due to pressure being a major issue, if you go deep into the ocean, we know so little. But like, it's 2020, we are hanging on by a thin thread. And I look at it this way, like, in every point in time, you have multiple options of what the timeline in the future can be. And that every action and every day changes your options on what the future can be. And that so 2020 punched everyone in the face. I've mentioned this many times, that there were a tiny fraction of us who were like, hey guys, we probably have something like a plague coming. Like, it's the reason I started Asteroid Fight Club. Like, it's the reason I warned about so many things, that the universe always throws humanity a curveball when humanity gets too arrogant. And that so 2020 has humbled everybody in many ways. And so it's best to avoid the collapse of civilization. It is best to avoid World War III. It is best to avoid the Spanish Inquisition of technology. And with no disrespect to my elders, the fact that we're going to depend on a 73-year-old guy or a 75-year-old guy for the greatest ideas of the future scares the fucking shit out of me, bro. I mean, what was JFK, 46? What was Jesus, 33? Whoa, Zeus was here? I love Zeus. Which brings us back to the whole point. Dude, man, I am Generation X. And I love the baby boomers, but it feels like the grand transition is somehow getting the car keys away from the baby boomers. Like, we want to take care of you. We want you to live out your golden years in happiness and health on a beach, hiking, watching TV, whatever the fuck they want to do. We want to take care of our elders for getting us this far, but at some point, you got to take the car keys away and just say, hey, you're not the best driver for this situation. And so that's kind of what it is. All musicians who died at age 27, just weird. I've discussed that many times, how Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, and Jim Morrison all died within a month of each other. And it was at that point where the rock star musician had incredible amounts of power. And so they couldn't allow individuals to have that power, especially if they were going to drive the people towards peace and unity. And we saw that happen again, like I said, when humanity starts to rise. You saw Michael Jordan's dad die, then Kurt Cobain died, then Tupac died, then Biggie died. Like, oh, let me get more serious here towards the end. I saw an article where it basically said that no matter how you count the deaths of Americans in 2020, it doesn't matter if it's COVID, heart attack, suicide, car crash, that there have been more Americans that have died in 2020 this year than any year before. And I believe that. And if you have empathy, you can feel it. And we've watched a great wave of people leave since 2015. Cheers to them. But I'm not giving up hope. I think, though, the richest and most powerful people on the planet, though stubborn, that eventually we will end up in the right direction. Someone asked me what I think about 2021. Well, it's like I said, I think everybody here needs to be prepared as Asteroid Fight Club that up until 2022, we are in battle school where we will be faced with many challenges, many obstacles. Many times it may look like there will be no dawn, but that we will make it through. But due to our choices from 2012 till now, the next year and a half are going to be super challenging on every single level. And it looks like we are going to lose multiple times, but I think we're going to make it. And so I think Earth will have a major party in 2022. But it's going to be a pretty rough road until then. Watch the Greenland trailer. The lights are going to go out. Well, technically, I discussed this in 2015 multiple times, that if the power went out for everybody for a week, technically that could be a really good thing. Because technology has made us arrogant. Technology has made us lazy. Technology has made us overconfident. And so I've discussed how the Prometheus moment, the corralling of electricity, that in the 220 years since we've contained electricity, we now have grown in power way beyond our means. And so that the human mind and emotional system has to catch up with our technology system. And so if the power went out, I believe that would be a very humbling thing. Though technically, I think people would be surprised at how much people work together. Though if power just got... But you don't have to agree with me. But I think the sun is our friend. I think the sun is our protector, much like Jupiter. And that, so I don't think the sun is going to fry our system in a way that would set us back 100 years. And look, I've heard, everyone is talking about how like human contact is a necessity to civilization, and I couldn't agree more. But I want to remind y'all that like I pretty much anchored myself into this foxhole 2 years, if not a little longer, before this all started. Like it became such a war zone where you had all the power players thinking they were the greatest gods ever to walk to Earth. Nobody wanted to work together. Everybody wanted to destroy each other. And everyone wanted just to be the total victor. And it was kind of like a scenario of, if I don't get my way, I'm going to destroy everything. And so I've stayed here. I've been in this foxhole for a long way before the pandemic started, just because I felt that it was best for me and my future and our future. And so that whether we have to wait a year or two to get back to a good point, we will survive. And so we have to do, it's like I talk about, like, look at it like we have a year and a half left of graduate school. And so what type of party do we want to have a year from now? David, thank you. Mike Dropper. That sound like Rudolf Hess? That dude sounds German. I don't think anyone's ever told me I sound like a German before. Am I racist against Germans? Because I have this theory that like Norwegians, which I am, are like the poets and the bards, and Germans are like the mathematicians and the engineers. And though we both work together. Thank you very much, David. And shout out to all the cool Davids out there. One moment. But this is what like, it's kind of like when I talk about that, I don't know, dude, I kind of warned about the plague a year before it happened, and I believe that the plague is real. And so we're in this weird zone that nobody believes the plague is real, or even to not have 20% of the people not believe the plague is real makes it harder. Like, you've got all these fucking people saying that, like, the mask is the mark of the beast, or that, like, I don't know. And so, if you wanted college football, everybody should have worn a fucking mask. But everyone did not wear a mask. And so the next... Like, oh, this gets us to another point. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Am I upside down? Crap. Oh, one moment, please. I'm telling you what I believe. You don't have to agree with it. I believe the plague is fucking real. I believe The virus, the HIV SARS virus is real. And the best way to fight it is get everybody to wear a fucking mask. But that is not going to happen. Not in the United States of America. And so we're going to watch a total clusterfuck. Like I've told you 100 times, I don't have children. I've been in this foxhole for a long time. And so we have the great school experiment that is about to happen. I don't have kids, dude, but one of the biggest pressure issues that we have been dealing with for the last few months is, what are we going to do about schools? And so the next 2 months are going to be a super fucking clusterfuck. You're going to watch schools open, schools close. You're going to watch, it's like going to be like whack-a-mole. Look, everybody in New Zealand wore a fucking mask, and now they're freaking out because 13 people had COVID today. And so New Zealand was partying for like a month, and then they got 13 people, and now they're freaking out. We had, if I saw the report correctly, Texas had over 300 people die today from COVID. And, during this time, we've had a fire chief that was super healthy die, a police chief die. Like, that shit kills people. You had plagues in 537. You had plagues in 1333. You had plagues in 1666. Like, plagues fucking come around. And so the main way to fight it is by wearing a mask. 20 to 30% of people refuse to wear a mask like it was a religion. And so the next year and a half are going to be really fucking difficult. And like, that doesn't even bring us to the fucking election. Where I hate fucking politics, man. I think politicians are trained liars. And politicians are like mascots for corporations. And so at no point in time during Thor News have I ever put my stock or faith in a politician. At no point in time during Obama or Trump have I said, hey guys, trust this motherfucker. Never. Remember, I've been doing this for 8 years. And so we have like 84 days before the election, but closer we have school openings, and most of my predictions on the plague have been absolutely fucking super accurate. And so you are going to watch Wall Street rape people because Wall Street knows what the fuck is going on. You are going to watch them front run everybody and everything. And so you are going to watch stock markets go up as humanity itself struggles. And so we are in for a very rough couple of months. And the president was talking today, like, and then, what's so weird is the president talks about it being a plague. The president talks about it being the invisible enemy. The president talks about how horrible it is. The president blames it on China. Fine. But at no point in time in the last 4 months has the president said it's a hoax or it is overblown. But what he has said today was that 99.8% of all the people that died were over the age of 24, which is correct. But if you open up the schools, you're pretty much going to put any teacher in a university, any professor on the firing line. And people are so worn out by the whole fucking thing. It's kind of like me. I only do stuff if I have a good, like if it's an opportunity to have fun or be with cool people I like, or I will take risks so that like if I get COVID today, it's a calculated risk I take. Would I take a chance of getting COVID to go to a presidential rally? Never. Would I take a chance of getting COVID by going to see a sports game? Never. Would I take a chance of getting COVID to feel the best boobs on the planet? Probably. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna have another beer though. And I had this theory that, like, you know, and here's the fucking crazy thing. It's that, like, definitely with Trump, he feels like this is it. Like, he can't see any life beyond him being president. That he deserves to be president. He's entitled to be president. And no matter what, he's going to be president. And that, like, I don't give a fuck about politicians, man. And so that at this point, it would be great if both Biden and Trump were like, look, what we need to get where we need to be is everybody to wear a fucking mask. That it doesn't matter if I'm president or not president, I need everyone to wear masks. That I need to care about this country and our future with or without me as president. And that shit ain't happening. I mean, he basically said today that, like, the world is going to end. If he's not president, there's just going to be riots and fires, and the stock market's going to crash, and the whole world is going to descend into hell. And as I've said many times, as a Texan, I don't put a lot of stock in Texans. I mean, I don't put a lot of stock in the president or a president. That I have faith in my fellow Texans and that we can govern ourselves, and that there are a lot of super kick-ass presidents. So my happiness in the future does not rise or fall on whether it be fucking Biden or Trump. That technically I'm sick of fucking talking about politics or politicians in every single way. And if I could go the next 4 years, 10 years without having to discuss politics at all, I would be very happy. Like Canada. Canada did most of the things correct. So although they're having some pop-up cases, overall Canada can carry on with life in general. Taiwan has baseball again. And technically all it is people wearing a fucking mask. And it's why you see me, I don't talk about it in the videos I make much, because I'm so fucking sick of this subject and I'm so disappointed. And remember, the same grand solar minimum guys spent 5 months telling you it was a fucking, not counting Jake, spent 5 months telling everybody it was a fucking hoax. And all those dudes seem to have more money than they know what to fucking do with. I'm gonna have another beer. And so, like, Alex Jones was literally out there today yelling at teenagers, telling them that they're supporting an evil government that is pushing a hoax. Well, your president today, in 2 different press conferences, was telling everyone that it is real, that it is a killer, that you don't want to get it, but if you wear a mask, social distance, that you can still open up your economy if everybody wears a fucking mask. But you still have the same people who supported him telling everyone that it is a fucking hoax. I'm gonna get another beer. Like I said, you can believe whatever you want to believe. And there's always some super negative conspiracy theory about everything. That's what, like, you're saying it is a hoax. I know multiple people who have had their relatives die from it. And so I get that there are people out there who will not under fucking stand until they get it or someone they love gets it. I told you before, I've told you from the start, I get very good information. And that it was a geoengineered virus that another group tried to steal from a lab in China, and it got out. And so it is like a hybrid of SARS, HIV, and some other clusterfuck shit. And, you know, like I said, the shadow side part of me is like, dude, honestly, the people that think it's a hoax at this point, throw COVID parties. Go fucking hug, like, go kiss all your friends on the fucking mouth. Throw fucking political, I don't, like, go find out for yourself the truth, because we will not be able to take a step forward until the people who think it's a hoax recognize that it is fucking real. And the exact same people who now think it's a hoax were the ones who are telling us they're going to depopulate us. Are we being fucked by it? Yes. Is Wall Street totally micromanaging everything around it? Yes. Are rich people using it to their advantage? Yes. But it's real, dude. And like I said, the same people telling me it's a hoax, the same people tell me we're going through a mini ice age for the last 5 years. It is hot as fuck. It was 113 degrees, heat index in Texas. We are breaking records heat-wise all over the fucking... The same people who tell me it's a hoax tell me we're going to some grand solar minimum. Right? Fuck, we had 5 sunspots in 2 weeks at the very start of the cycle, which will max in 5 years. The same people who told me it's a hoax are the same fucking people who have been telling me that QAnon has promised them we're going to have mass arrests. Hillary Clinton and like 400 people are going to jail. And well, we have 84 days for those QAnon fucking promises to come true. And I don't know, I said like a month ago, dude, like, how about this? Everybody just wear a mask for a month, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But you've got your giant wall of people who are like, the mask is the mark of the beast. The mask is the way they fucking invade your brain. The mask is, you turn submissive. The mask makes you a woman. Like, there's every fucking excuse in the universe. Like, and what is the worst thing that could fucking happen if you wear a mask for a fucking month? And the same fucking people are like, trust the plan. And but it's kind of like, dude, I can't convince you. And it's even like, no matter how many sunspots we see, no matter how many sunspots and sun flares happen over the next 5 years, you're still gonna get 100,000 people who are like, we're in a grand fucking solar minimum. And I'm pretty sure the virus gets more fucking potent in cold fucking temperatures and in shadow. And so, but I don't, it's a sticking point. That, like, I heard the same fucking people for 20 years. Look, they talked about Benghazi. 4 people died in Benghazi. 4 fucking people died in Benghazi. I heard about Benghazi for fucking ever. I heard about 9/11 for fucking ever. We're having a 9/11 every 2 days. And this is why I said that politics has become religion. That people have bet their hearts, their souls, their minds on politics. That many people see Trump as the next Jesus Christ. And I always go back to this, bro. Oil comes straight out of the fucking core. Oil was the biggest lie ever told to us. And everybody selling you all that other shit knows that. And so until we get someone who can move past the war, divide and conquer, politics, dinosaur bones, oil, we are going to be fucking stuck in neutral. And America is falling apart. You know who handles their shit well? Israel. But like I said at the very beginning of the video, you don't have to believe me, man. Like if somehow your masculinity is tied to not wearing a mask, don't wear a fucking mask. But I can guarantee, just like I remember, I called pretty much everything from way out, and that the next 2 months are going to be such a fucking clusterfuck. And between us, we are probably going to lose one of our presidential candidates at the 2020 election. If not both. Cheers. It's contingency plans. If you have a plague, just for a second, hypothetically, let's say it's real. If you have a plague going on and you have two candidates that are over the age of 70, and that in 1 or 2 moments you can catch the virus, as Planetary Defense Commander, I have mentioned everybody should be prepared to lose one or both of the fucking candidates. Though, like I said, if you want to be a screenwriter and look at all the theories, look at the theory, because it's cute that so many people like to think the billionaires are fighting for everyone. When technically, if you made a whole lot of money, your number one focus was on making a whole lot of money. I think I have enough skills, I have enough talents, that if all I wanted to do was make money, I could have figured out how to make millions, if not billions of dollars. If my concern was being a rich man, I'm pretty sure I could have figured out a way. But it never fails to amaze me at how people want to believe, like I said, Elon or Bill Gates or Trump or anyone who's super rich. Even though the Bible said it is harder for a rich man to pass through the eye of a needle than to get into heaven. But still, people are like, hey man, rich people are telling us the fucking truth every day, all day. I don't even know. But so yeah, like the weirdest conspiracy theory that I have is that, like, okay, let us say that Trump has been vaccinated. So the super rich have a vaccine and they've vaccinated all of their friends. And so that, like, you know, they're getting rid of the post office. They're laying off millions and millions of people. That they're consolidating power by causing chaos amongst us all. Because the Democrats didn't fight too hard to prepare people for the plague. Republicans definitely didn't fight too hard. The Republicans or Democrats didn't, like, until we can get this shit in line, you can't open the economy back up full scale. So pushing, like, at this point, I can only let the future play out. And so just watch how the openings of the schools is just going to be a giant super clusterfuck. And we've already seen it on multiple levels of schools that have opened. If you get X amount of students that test positive, they have to shut everything down and reverse back to online. It's already happened in Georgia. But you know what's weird is, whereas baseball, who has not been operating in a bubble, baseball has had to, like, start, stop, start, stop, start, stop. But you have the NBA, who has pretty much existed in a bubble. They have not had anyone had any problems. But that's the thing. Like, I respect your right to believe whatever you want to believe. If you believe believe in Jesus or don't believe in Jesus, if you believe in a mask or don't believe in a mask, it is your American God-given right to believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, bro. And let me tell you what, I'm going to do what I can to play super defense for 2 more years. And then I am going to party like nobody's fucking business in 2022. I cannot wait to plug my electric guitar into an amp with a group of kick-ass guys and girls and just jam like there was no fucking tomorrow. That I am reserved and resigned to playing excellent defense for the next 1.5 years. That we will make it through this. But it was like I gave up sports when I started Thor News, because just as pro wrestling is scripted, the major sports are fucking scripted, dude. Cheers. Can't believe there's still 71 people here. Someone said play a whole lot of Rosie. The first song I would play would be, I think, Redemption Song by Bob Marley. And then I think after that it would be The Man Comes Around by Johnny Cash. And then Running Down a Dream by Tom Petty. Cheers. Meteor shower tonight. Yeah. It's weird. I haven't driven a car in 1.5 years. I'm pretty sure I'll live to drive a car again. I think at this point I miss driving a car more than I do hugs. I don't know. It's one of the things I talk about often, and I repeat myself, but people are conditioned to believe that all the most powerful people on the planet are working together, and that I think they're just as dysfunctional as we are. And that when we saw that H-bomb explode in Beirut, that the pandemic situation, whether you believe it's real or not, has put stress on all the leaders and all the countries. And that 2 things they usually go to is either war or print money. And what happened in Beirut was one country's way of saying, we are not fucking around. That I know. Apparently Beirut had gotten some weapons that they might have sent to the Middle East if they had the chance. Those weapons never got there. And so if I could give a piece of advice, I would say, I don't know, are people in Israel wearing a mask? Then I would wear a mask. Israel usually does it right. Israel usually protects its people. Someone said they had my hammer. That's cool. Are you Captain America? Okay, let's go back to the book because I'm going to have another beer. The Gnostic Apocalypse. The early Christians were regarded by some as a new Jewish sect who believed that they had finally found the long-awaited Messiah and not a new religion. The initial Jewish disciples were joined by many Greek converts who brought their philosophical heritage to the new religion of Christianity. The New Testament was in fact written in Greek, and the Old Testament used by early Christians was the most ancient Greek translation, known as the Septuagint, and made in Alexandria about 255 BC. Christianity may be seen as a Hellenized Jewish sect. Centers of Greek-speaking Jews, such as Alexandria, drew their religious inspiration from Hellenistic, Judaic, and Egyptian sources. Gnostic. Gnostic literally means knowledge. Was intertwined with early Christianity, while emphasizing spiritual knowledge, rather than merely faith as the road to salvation. Many Gnostics regarded themselves as Christian. Philo of Alexandria in 20 BC and AD 50 was a typical Gnostic, a member of a distinguished family of that city. He learned both in Jewish knowledge and in ancient Greek philosophers such as Plato. He originated the doctrine of the Logos, which was used by St. John in his Gospel. In the beginning was the Word, Logos in the original Greek, and the Word, Logos, was God. Thus, a basic Christian doctrine was derived from Gnosticism. Many of Philo's ideas appear in the Gospels, notably in the fourth Gospel and in Pauline Epistle to the Hebrews. Clement of Alexandria, an early Christian father, said, "The gnosis itself is that which was descended by transmission to a few, having been imparted unwritten by the apostles." Many early Christians were Gnostics, including some of the apostles. Christianity could well grow up as a Gnostic religion, emphasizing knowledge above blind acceptance. So what happened? In any religion or movement, the successors of the founder decided which things to keep and which things to throw out. They discarded the spiritual knowledge of Gnosticism as being too dangerous and kept the concept of blind acceptance to church doctrine. They then declared Gnosticism a heresy. If this had not happened, then maybe the Dark Ages would not have been quite as dark, and the classical texts that were destroyed by the thousand would have survived to leaven civilization. The intolerance of the early church fathers decided to cover up the Gnosticism origins of Christianity, plunging Europe into the Dark Ages. Meanwhile, the classic texts of Greek philosophy and civilization either moldered away or were partially saved in Arabic translations. With them, Islam spread across Middle East and Northern Africa. Eventually, as a result of the Moorish conquest of Spain, some of the classic texts of Greek civilization were translated into Latin again. And gradually, ancient culture was reintroduced into Europe from the 13th century. Europe and Christianity had to wait more than 1,000 years for this retranslation. The light of the Renaissance marked the birth of modern Europe when some of what had been lost during the early centuries of Christianity was rediscovered. As J.A. Symonds put it, the word Renaissance means new birth to the liberty. The word Renaissance means new birth to liberty. The spirit of mankind recovered consciousness, recognizing the beauty of the outer world, liberating the reason in science and conscience in religion. With this discovery, the gloomy doctrines of the end of the world, of judgment and damnation, were seen from a different perspective, as part of a much wider horizon of belief. Gradually, people became aware of the vast literature of the ancient world, which supported a myriad of ideas and speculations about the place of man in the cosmos. Much of the early Gnostic writings, however, did not become available until the 19th century. Even when these texts were discovered and were proved beyond a shadow of a doubt to be genuine, they were reserved for study by scholars and did not become widely available to general public. Christianity and the establishment continued the great cover-up. Even though many of the texts discovered dated from closer to the time of Christ than those that are officially recognized in forming the part of the Bible. And so, I wonder, how many of y'all have studied what happened in all the years that predated the printing press? That there was like a giant battle to form the New Testament. The Council of Nicaea. And then all that followed. And please remember, the Catholic Church was the first corporation that ever existed on planet Earth. And so this is one of the many reasons why I, as a Christian, boil my faith down to the two laws that Jesus Christ gave me. Love God above all else. Love your neighbor as your family. And that is why I decipher everything through those two laws. Because a whole lot of fucking shitty shit went into the forming of the books as we know them as gospel. All right, I'm gonna grab another beer. And Jesus was the Prince of Peace, and forgiveness was a key fucking staple. And at some point, that like all of the books of the New Testament came from eclectic fucking sources. And fuck, F-U-C-K, fuck means fornication under consent of the king. Which meant that the king of any time could have sex with any woman or man he wanted to if he chose. That's what fornication under consent of the king meant. guys still there? All right, in the chat, if you could, put your age. Cause it's like it's the high school or the kindergarten game where you say one thing to somebody and they say it to somebody else and they say it to somebody else, and then you find out at the end of the line what somebody said, what was said. And so from like the year 0 or the year 70 to the year 1544, there was a giant war for what would be totally included in the New Testament. That's some crazy shit, bro. '44. You were born in 1933. But do you ever think about how it is weird that our knowledge of history as we see it are the shackles that bind us? So it is not the mask that makes us slaves. It is technically our belief system. It is why so many people are happy or satisfied or just willing to accept the status quo because they believe that this is what we deserve. And that the doomsayers have always been powerful throughout history. That somehow, the majority of the time, the pessimists have been able to outpower the optimists. And that it seems like at the end of the day, a lot of our belief system is anchored in boogeymen. Forgotten knowledge. And one of the most powerful events I know of in modern history is when they burned the Library of Alexandria. All the tombs, all the text, all the knowledge. It's like, you have basically seen my growth over the almost 8 years we've been together. That like, I didn't get into astrology until I started doing Thor News. And that it is very clear to me. Like, I think Nancy Reagan said, millionaires don't use astrologers, billionaires do. And so like, astrology is just one example of the forbidden knowledges that they have taken away from the public, but yet they still use. even like the origin of oil, or there are many things, or like what is going on with the moon, the sun, the stars. It's really, it's like Apocalypto, that movie where once the high priests, I don't know, were they Mayan, Aztecan, they figured out the eclipse cycles, and so they would use the eclipse cycles against the public as some type of grand magic trick. And so in my mind, like just as the Bible foretold, that like our entire system worships the fucking almighty petrodollar. That you want to know who's president of the United States? The almighty petrodollar, bro. You were born in 1939. 40, wait. And you know what's weird is like one of the things that when I've talked to my elders, I've asked what was the biggest invention that came down the pipe, and most of them say air conditioning. 1985. Can you imagine the world before air conditioning? But the whole United Corporation of America, that's why like I believe that America was always set up by the power brokers of the world. America's always been a puppet on a string. And that the United States of America was founded on the blood of 28 million Native Americans, North, Central, and South. And that is the shit we gotta forgive. But we gotta get past it. Thank you, Mr. Zombie. But it's been one of my theories is that like you don't overthrow the puppet masters. We have to convince them that working together is the best way of abundance. I guess technically I've done a shitty job with that so far. Because like I said, like a picture of the world, like I mean, think of how much useless information we have filled our brains with over the last decade. Pretty much every political thing you've learned in the last decade is fucking useless. They're like Thor News is about the sun, stars, rock and roll, the oceans, the weather, like it's about everything but politics. Because to me that is like real information, real knowledge that expands our minds and we learn together. Politics is like a fucking anchor that puts our imaginations in a box and that it always points out who's to blame or whose fault it is, but solutions are never geared towards or found. Someone said commies reign in China. But I believe we're witnessing communism, capitalism, and socialism absolutely crumble before our motherfucking eyes. We are... that communism, capitalism, and socialism both have greatly benefited from the petrodollar over the last 134 years. And so, look, I thank you for being here with me. And that at no point in time, if I ever wanted people who just absolutely agreed with everything I said, thank you, Mr. Zombie Man. Somebody said what and start new cities. Thank you, Mr. Zombie Man. Greatly appreciated. Well, I pushed trying to build a new city in Texas from like 2014 on. I talked about building a city of the future from 2014 on in Texas. That idea did not fly well. And so how will we get to the new cities, the new technologies? I don't know, man. It is my natural position to stay optimistic. And that I believe we're going to make it through this. Look, it has taken a million miracles to keep me alive this far into 2020. And so there's no way I'm giving up my faith in God. Someone said Canada equals China. No, like do you know who the biggest bank in the world is? I forget their name, but it's from France. And so Canada's always done its own thing. Canada has somehow stayed at the top of the dome above it all. And so to think in a term of like China is Canada, I don't think that's the way to go, man. I think a lot of the rich and the famous went to Canada to spend 2020, 2021. There's so much prime real estate in Canada. Like I said, I've never been, but I dream of going. Someone said puppets of the New World Order. Well, welcome to the party, pal. I was mentioning earlier that A, the Bible doesn't mention the fucking New World Order. And B, if you want to know where the New World Order was sewed into people's minds, it was from Hulk Hogan and wrestling. So they basically had wrestlers, like let's say Hulk Hogan is Republicans, and then The Undertaker's Democrats. So this whole thing about like the New World Order is like the silliest thing in the fucking world right now. I rage against bumper stickers, where if you're going to have an adult conversation that is nuanced with subtleties, bumper stickering it into some fucking New World Order, like, I get that it brings people comfort to think that the richest people on the planet are totally united. But do you really think Benjamin Netanyahu is... Look, Benjamin Netanyahu's been in power for 20 years. Putin's been in power for 20 years. Do you really think that they're working with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and Z? Like, I don't know. Like, I think we've already had the New World Order. But I think the New World Order is basically, I've explained this before. Like, it started with the Left Behind books. With the combination of the Left Behind books and the World Wrestling Federation, they convinced people that we can't do anything, we can't work together because of the NWO. And so all you can do is buy a Slim Jim. But I think we've reached like a stop in the road where everybody's got to work out the future together now. And I guess that scares people that we all are negotiating the future together here and now. We all are figuring out what we're going to do for the next 10 fucking years. But hey, let me say this. I've said, yo, at this point, man, I am not mad at anyone. I don't hate anybody. I don't blame anyone. And so I do not see an advantage in hating anyone, blaming anyone, or, like I said, for 20 years, people have talked about this New World Order and feared it. And so now here we are in 2020. And we've seen 2 H-bombs drop in the last 6 months. And fuck, I do believe there's a part in the Bible that talked about a giant glass parking lot. Hey, cheers to farmers. Did you know my mom and dad both came from Wisconsin farmers? They were tobacco farmers. They were Norwegian tobacco farmers. I was born in Illinois. And so, like, I love farmers. And yes, you may be the lucky one. If you got a good woman and a farm and animals, then you are the luckiest one. And here's a fact most people don't recognize, is that in the Great Depression, like 75% of people lived on farmable lands. I would guess less than 5% of people in the United States live on farmable lands now. Someone said, doesn't Wisconsin have a bunch of satanic cults? I don't know. It's a big fucking state, man. And do you realize the Greek Satan in Greek means adversary or nemesis? And my mama and my grandmamas were some of the strongest Christians I've ever known. Although my grandmother on my mom's side raised me on both the Norse myths and Christianity. But I gotta say, I don't really worry about Satan. I don't really worry about Lucifer. I don't really worry about Baphomet. I don't really worry about Moloch. I don't really worry about Cthulhu. I don't really worry about Lilith. I don't really worry about Eris. Because I have faith in God and Jesus Christ and Archangel Michael, who is a total fucking badass. Although I do kind of worry that if I was to be tempted, it would be with the most beautiful woman on the fucking planet. Like if she waltzed in my door right now, who knows what I would do. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't really focus on New World Orders or the bad guys because, thank you, Matthew, you are the man as well. Misery loves company. And Jesus Christ said, judge a tree by its fruit. And then I miss my friends, and I miss my family, and I miss good conversations. Did you know good conversations are like one of my favorite things ever? Especially if I say some really funny stuff that makes everybody laugh, and then everybody else says some really funny stuff that makes everybody laugh. Like that to me is the gold that I would build my castles upon. Good conversations. But I don't know if the perfect rack walked into my apartment right now. Boobs might make me lose my mind and make mistakes, you know? I don't know though, man. Like I said, I've never really. Money seems to fuck people up. Like, how many rich people do you know that are super cool? And I'm not trying to bag on rich people. I'm saying, like, how many rich people do you know that are, like, very good people? Or, like, you look at them like, those are good people. Okay. Oh, heck. 7 seals and the 7 trumpets. The 7 seals and the 7 trumpets. The Lamb, symbol of Christ, is due to open the seals of the secret book of the Apocalypse of St. John at the end of the millennium and release all kinds of horrors on earth. The first 4 seals of the secret book of the Apocalypse of St. John will release the legendary 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, who will torment mankind. And just a sidebar, I have this thing where, like, I guess if you want to say the devil or whatever, any good words or words that we used and associated with things that were positive turned negative. One example is a happy ending. Like, for example, if you watch the Philadelphia Story with Cary Grant, Katharine Hepburn, and Jimmy Stewart, at the end, Cary Grant and Katharine Hepburn end up back together for the true love. Everybody's happy. It's a happy ending. Everybody wins. But somehow in modern mythos, they turned the happy ending into a hand job. And as a guy, I don't know if at any point in time you got a hand job and considered that a happy ending. Like, of all the ways the story could have ended, like, whoa, I got a hand job, and that was like the best shit ever. And so what I'm saying is that in the same way, John, who was a very powerful figure, John the Baptist, or John the one who gave us the book of Revelation, the word John got turned into someone who works with a prostitute. You know what I'm saying? So it was like somehow they put a negative connotation between every single freaking word. For example, like, let's say I have not had sex in like 2.5 years. Although I have had premarital sex. Please forgive me, Jesus. I loved every one of the women. Okay, what's it talking about? I don't remember. Oh, and so now, if as a man, for me, I haven't been with anyone 2.5 years. I'm like, you know what? Eventually, it would be nice to find a good woman, eventually make love to her, possibly get married if things are great. And people are like, you're thirsty. I'm like, no, it's the natural state of man to desire women, as far as I know. But now, if you desire women, you're thirsty. Or you're a cis. I don't even know what cis is. Or, anyway, I'm just saying, they put negative connotations behind every single word. So it is interesting that John, one of the most powerful names in the Bible, somehow became someone who frequents prostitutes. Though Jesus used to hang out with prostitutes. The first 4 seals of the secret book of the Apocalypse of St. John will release the legendary 4 horsemen of the apocalypse who will torment mankind. Yo, bro, technically, mankind's been tormented for at least 20 fucking years. I would say even 25 years. The 5th seal will reveal something quite different. The souls of martyrs found underneath an altar crying out for revenge against their murderers. That is some heavy shit. And I've lost my grandparents. I've lost 2 dads. And I believe that both their energies, some is with me and some is in heaven. And this is why, like, I try to tell y'all that no matter what, people are dying. Like, there is an uptick of people dying on Earth in 2020. You don't have to take my word for it, but I can feel it. Oh, one of the first things that I started out this video, that like from the 27th to this morning were like the worst energetic feels I've had in 2020. Like, I couldn't, it was like I was being besieged with horrible negative energy. And so there are good spirits and there are bad spirits. The next 2 seals are purely concerned with natural disasters and ecological doom. The apocalypse describes earthquakes, the removal of the ozone layer, the stars of heaven fell upon earth, and many other natural disasters. And that is another thing that, like, dude, people skip to like the Mark of the Beast, the New World Order, even though it's not in the Bible. People always skip way past the 7 seals. And so at some point in the Bible, there's some giant super mega earthquake, and the entire sky as we know it peels back. Like, the atmosphere as we know it peels back like a scroll. As far as I know, that has not happened. So for people to be like, oh my God, vaccines, Mark of the Beast, oh my God, barcode, Mark of the Beast, oh my God, internet, Mark of the Beast, oh my God. Like, if we're going in chronological order yet, we've not gotten through the 7 fucking seals. So we are probably not at the Mark of the Beast yet. I'm not sure it's purely chronological. The opening of the 7th seal. Oh. The apocalypse describes earthquakes, the removal of the ozone layer. The heaven will be removed as a scroll when it is rolled up. Meteorites and the stars of heaven fell upon the earth. Although I did say, hey, do you notice the PPP plan? PPP looks like 666. And when all the stars fell to earth, that could be like the plague. Because all the celebrities and all the rich and famous people, they used to jet set around the earth and do whatever they want, go wherever they want, go to concerts, go to ski resorts, go to fancy dinners, and boom, the plague made them all fall to earth just like a common man. And many other natural disasters. The opening of the 7th seal will initiate the next sequence of 7. The blowing of the 7 trumpets by angels. The 7 trumpet blasts will bring down disaster on the heads of those not favored with God's seal. 1 angel will hurl the contents of a lighted incense burner onto earth, causing thunder, lightning, and earthquakes. These terrible disasters will destroy 1/3 of all the sea creatures and 1/3 of all shipping. That's a lot of people and animals, man. We have not seen that yet. One event, oh yeah, this one's one of my favorite. One event of particular interest is the fall of a meteorite called Wormwood, which will poison all the rivers and many people. It is also possible that Wormwood will turn out to be a man-made bomb. The fall of this meteorite, heralded by the fifth trumpet blast, will open the bottomless pit and release the armies of the angel of Abaddon, in Greek Apollyon, to destroy mankind. His hideous soldiers are like locusts, but with faces and crowns. They are winged with powerful scorpion-like stings in their tails, which produce lingering illness in victims. These were the creatures that Charles Manson and his family hoped to unleash on an undeserving world through a spate of killings. The sixth trumpet will release 4 angels previously, bound in the Euphrates River. From this description, they sound more like spirits or jinn, who are often put in lead bottles by magicians and thrown into a river or sea. When was the last time you took an evil spirit, put it in a bottle, and threw it into a sea? Was that just something people did way back in the day and can't do anymore? Will they learn how to do it again? I don't even know. King Solomon is reputed to have done this to the recalcitrant spirits he used to build his temple. That's another fucking crazy thing, dude. Have you guys studied King Solomon at all? Supposedly, he was like, there are 78, 77, 76 major demons. There's not only like Satan, Lucifer, all the bad guys, but there's 78 evil spirits. And somehow he conquered them all. These 4 will be accompanied by 200 million horsemen, whose job it is to kill 1/3 of what remains of mankind. So right now that would take us from like 7 billion to 5.5 billion, maybe. I don't know, my math is bad. So we haven't seen 2 billion people die, 2.5. The 7th and last trumpet blast will occur when the kingdom of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord and his Christ. It will herald the resurrection of the dead and the judgment by God. One final series of horrors is still to come, though. 7 angels, clothed in pure white linen with gold girdles, will appear bearing 7 golden vials. Each of these vials contains a plague to be inflicted on mankind. And there's another thing I have a problem with, is that not only does the book of Revelation, but the Bible talks about plagues all the fucking time. And so now that we have a plague on earth, you got a lot of people like, it's a hoax. Like, I don't know, man. The Bible and Nostradamus warned us pretty intensively. The 7 angels clothed in pure white linen with gold girdles will appear bearing 7 golden vials. Oh yeah, I read that. The contents of the first vial will give sores to those with the beast's mark. The second will kill every form of life in or on the seas. And the third will turn rivers to blood, further poisoning the water supplies. The fourth will take the power from the sun. It will scorch mankind. The 5th will darken the kingdom of the beast. The 6th will dry up the Euphrates River and allow the kings of the east to invade Israel and perhaps Europe. Also is foretold by Nostradamus. The final vial will poison the atmosphere with previously unknown infections. Thus, the 7 seals are opened and the 7 trumpets blast out their individual messages of destruction, and the 7 vials are poured onto mankind. Only those protected with the seal of God will be spared these tribulations. Well, hot dang. So this infers that some people get to avoid them altogether. Reminder again, at no point in time does it mention New World Order. The New World Order comes from a bunch of wrestlers. Hulk Hogan and The Undertaker and The Rock. And it's so, that's what I'm saying, it's so weird that like, you had a bunch of wrestling, you had wrestling which was popular, and the wrestlers were like, New World Order. And so now I got so many people who are like, we got to watch out for the New World Order. And I'm like, well, The Rock makes major movies now. And Hulk Hogan is playing with his kids, dude. Do we really have to be? I mean, are we really basing our plans on avoiding some type of wrestling thing that happened a decade ago? I don't know. You can't take what is given. Hey, I'm going to the bathroom again. New World Order as far back as Albert Pike. I'll have to reread that Albert Pike shit. That's some heavy fucking shit, man. But that still only takes us back to 1888. You know what I'm saying? All right, that brings, thank you, Mr. Zombie, for bringing that up. Because that brings us to a very important point. Okay. I did not wash my hands. I'll go wash my hands. Thanks, Mom. Okay. Wait. Hold on a second. I got a very important question to ask. What the heck? Hopefully you guys are familiar with Albert Pike. Man, if I had a thing, I would look up Albert Pike. Okay, so like in 1888, Albert Pike predicted World War I, World War II, I guess World War III. He predicted tons of shit, dude. And he was a 33-degree Scottish Mason. And so, I think he was the king of the Illuminati back then. And I have read things that say the actual king or leader of the Illuminati, if it is true, is the most powerful magician on the planet. Whether it be male or female, whoever holds the most magic is the leader, is the king. So do you think that is true? Or do you think that, like, from Albert Pike's bloodline, they just passed it down? Where that, like, somebody out there who is so of the bloodline just got, like, handed the mantle and was like, all right, you get to be the king of everybody now because you were of that Scottish bloodline, blood right. Or do you guys think it's still a battle of power and a battle of magic, a battle of will, a battle of imagination, a battle of ideas? It's a very, very, very important question. Like, where will our next great leader come from? And do me a favor, try not to think all negative, that, like, no matter what happens, the next 20 or 30 years are going to be horrible and suck, and we're going to end up in a glass parking lot, or we're going to end up in gray goo fuel systems, or that somehow 6G is going to microchip all of our brains to butt fuck a bunch of killer hornets that re-inject our penises with nothing but pain 24/7, and then we turn into rocks and get put at the end of trees or some shit. You know? Like, try to imagine that good things are possible. And then, so where will our next great leaders come from? Or even dark leaders? Like, that's an interesting question. So thank you for bringing up the Albert Pike thing. But it's the whole thing is, like, at some point from 1888 until 2019, there was a large amount of stability in civilization across the globe, except for maybe Africa. Doc Savage, bringing up the point I wanted to make, I kept forgetting. Do you need a leader? Technically, I think I am a leader. And so, if at any time we need someone to stand up and remind all the nations why World War III is bad, sure, I'm that guy. I'm not hopefully the only one, but when you have 1,000 people with weapons of mass destruction or 10,000 people with digital weapons of mass destruction, you need some type of leadership. You need some type of codes of honor. You need some type of attributes from the past that got us this far together that continue to move on into the future. Yeah, I believe we need leaders. It's like if you have a rock and roll band or even a symphony, at some point somebody in that band is the leader that keeps it all together. Most grandmothers are great leaders. And so what Doc Savage was trying to point out, one of the coolest things that I learned the other day, okay, you know, I'm talking about the planets a lot. And if I understand correctly, for now, I'm just going to go pure chronologically. There's this girl named Billie Eilish. I have a crush on her. She got the voice of an angel and a siren, whatever. She's beautiful too. Her birthday is the 18th. My birthday is the 19th. On the 20th, Saturn and Jupiter leave Capricorn to go into Aquarius. Thank you, Jesus. And what I've tried to say, if I understand things super proper and correctly, is that I am Sagittarius, Capricorn, Gemini. Or maybe just mostly Sagittarius, Capricorn. And so I've had Saturn transiting through my sign, my house, and Jupiter. And that they both retrograded multiple times, where it seems like, oh, hey, we're going to the future. And then, no, we're going backwards. Dude, we're retrograding. And that apparently a Saturn transit, and Saturn went from Sagittarius, me, through Capricorn, me, then went into Aquarius for a couple days and went backwards. That's why I was trying to talk to you. Saturn is going to go retrograde back to 3 degrees of the January 15th point that I warned us about for a year. And so I've gotten to know Saturnian energy very well, much better than I knew before, over the last few years. Definitely the last 5.5. And so, as I talked about earlier in the video, like for the next 6 weeks, it's going to be like you are going to be roommates with Saturn and Mars. So technically, here in the foxhole, I've been partial roommates with Saturn for like 5.5 years. It's Saturnian energy has been up in my business 24/7. It hasn't always been a bad thing. I see Saturn as neutral and one of the initial stars of our solar system. And so on the 20th, you have two major planets, Saturn and Jupiter. Together, they're like on top of each other. On the 20th, they are both moving from Capricorn into Aquarius. And Aquarius supposedly represents the future. And it also represents digital communications. And so it's like my birthday. I'm Sagittarius, Capricorn. And that Saturn and Jupiter have been in my signs for the last like 5.5 years. And then on the 20th, Saturn and Jupiter are moving into the future, Aquarius. And then on the 21st is the day that Saturn and Jupiter are fully aligned, I guess, in Aquarius. And that Pluto is left, I think, back behind in Capricornian energy, if I understand it correctly. So I would guess, lowballing it, I have 13 to 25 years here on this planet. And that I've learned a lot, and I've done my best to be cool. And I would like us to enjoy the next 25 years to the maximum amount that we can. that we have almost exponential amounts of resources across the boards in all sectors. And we have all of history that we know of to learn from together to figure out how are we going to have an amazing 25 years here together with me on Earth, hopefully the moon. That's where I'm at. Do you have a better plan than that? And I love you. I've loved you the whole time. And I've believed in you. Though some days in the last year or two have been kind of scary. I don't know why I started Asteroid Fight Club 7.8 years ago, but I did. I was talking to you. I've been talking to you the whole time. And here we are. August 2020. And so technically we're all in an apartment or on a road trip together. And shit's going kind of haywire. Now is a great time to start making good calls. And there is enough to go around on planet Earth. The Lord does provide, and Mother Nature too. And I do feel like for 20 years, I've had a long list of people tell me why it is not possible. And one of the movies I watched was the remake of Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. But I'm a giant fan of the original with Gary Cooper in the 40s, I believe. This is with Adam Sandler. And so I have no idea why I've inherited the future. Asterisk. But I want us to have the greatest 25 years planet Earth has ever seen in its entire existence. And that means us all working together on Earth as a team and as a family. And we are cool, we are strong, and we are funny. And we will work when there is work to be done. And we will relax when we need to. And we will celebrate the fact that we were born and we have lived on the long chain of many families that have come before us. All the families in the past have left us an unlimited amount of gifts, of knowledge, and inventions. So now all we got to do is figure out how to make it work. So the same plan I had in the year 2000 has been refined over the last 20 years, but it's still about the same. And for 20 years, the analog world has been focused on the digital world. And there has been no balance. And so that we're coming to a balancing of the analog and the digital, I believe. Cheers, y'all. I might even have a seventh beer. We know that the next year and a half is going to be filled with tons of obstacles we have not had to see in modern, we have not had to deal with in modern times. So the best way to figure out how to deal with what we're going through now is to figure out where we want to be in 2022 through 2030. And that we can feed everybody, we can keep the lights on, give them a place to stay, and something to drink every single day between now and the end of 2020, 22, or till we figure it out. So it kind of feels like at the start of the millennium that from the year 2000 until the end of this year, it's been like the very first day of 2000 to 3000, right? If you're following me, in years. That what we have all gone through together in 2020 is like the very first day of the next 1,000 years. And that so words like communism, capitalism, socialism, those are almost like year 1000 to year 2000 words. Or year zero, but those words are thousands of years old or hundreds of years old. And that we've gone from the year 2000 in a digital world, half analog or all analog, depending on how you look at it, or 99% analog, to fully ingrained with our smartphones or like we work with whatever the digital structure construct is. We've been working with it for years, man. How many people do you know don't have a phone that is digital? How many people do you know that don't have a laptop or are not connected? So like we are in the first day or second day of the 21st century. And so whether it be plagues or earthquakes or hurricanes or wildfires or asteroids or gamma ray like bursts or solar dimming or maximizing. There is no reason. We only have reasons to work together. We're going into the future. That's exciting though, right? And at the base of it, even our little Earth bubble, we know that Mars has been there. We know that Jupiter's been there. We know that the moon has been there. We know that the sun has been there. We know that Venus has been there. We know that Mercury, we know that Orion, the Bear, Big Dipper, Little Dipper, that if partially what we understand is correct, that our little bubble is still flying through a bunch of other bubbles in outer space. So that Earth is figuring out how to dance before the big galaxy dance. I'm not sure there are many human beings on the planet whose imaginations understand what it is going to be like when all the stars in the universe align. And maybe the Big Bang is like the greatest living painting of all time. I'm definitely glad I got to tell a couple fantastic jokes that should last a while. And I'm glad I got a lot of great hugs up until modern times. I'm pretty sure smiles give off energy. And what is the math on how many muscles are there in the face that it takes to smile, and how many muscles are there in the face that it takes to frown? You ever seen a happy dog? Have you ever seen a happy cat? I don't want to scare anybody, but I don't know. I guess it is like a modern Tower of Babel. But at some point, for teamsmanship and better benefits down the road, everybody on Earth should probably learn a brand new language together. So it's like rebuilding the Tower of Babel, except without all the shit that made it fall apart. Is that even possible? So, if you think of history, they had the Tower of Babel and they had the Library of Alexandria, all at some point were among everyone, and then at some point were torn down and burned to the ground. like a pure rebellion against knowledge itself. Because, like, as a human being, the idea of what it takes to even drink chocolate milk, like a shit ton of time and energy went into the process of figuring out as human beings that you could make chocolate milk. That took human beings a while to figure out, hey man, you can just drink cow's milk and it's great. Cow's milk and water, those are things you can drink every day. And at some point they were like, fuck, if you put chocolate in the cow's milk, it's like, oh my God. It's like having sex, but it's just drinking a liquid. And it goes super with cake. So at some point, human beings figured out how to make chocolate milk and cake. And it took thousands of fucking years, bro. It took thousands of people to figure out how to make, millions maybe, to make chocolate and cake. And so that is like one thing that helped everybody that got passed down through time. So there's almost no telling what information was lost in the Tower of Babel, or the Library of Alexandria. What about haggis? Can I be honest with you, my friend? At some point in time, from the year 2000 to 3000, I do think human beings can and should give up eating animals. I have not done it yet. Tried it a couple times. So I got human beings freaking out about wearing a mask. We got human beings freaking out that somebody's gonna come and take away their guns. So the idea of the freak out, it might take the level of understanding to even begin a discussion where you got to give up bacon. I'm not prepared to do that today. And if you offered me haggis, I would say, well, my friend, traditionally, 99.8% of the time, I stick with chicken, beef, or pig. Chicken, cow, or pig. Like, there ain't usually a reason to go outside of that realm, although shrimp and lobster are fantastic. The Native American used to use every single part of the buffalo. If I understand correctly. Like back in the 1100s, when Native Americans ate buffalo, there weren't a lot of styrofoam cups laying around afterward. All right. So yeah, happy birthday, or Merry Christmas, or Happy Year 3000, yo. Andre 3000. Hey, I like the way you move. And from like the year 1999 to the year 210, one of the most commonly used phrases I would use is that Jimi Hendrix was from the year 3000. They're like, I don't know what the fuck all y'all are talking about, but Jimi Hendrix was from the year 3000. Like, if there was some dude we should be learning from how to live, Jimi Hendrix was from the year 3000. And I would guess he loved buffalo too. I don't know, because it is a weird thing that, like, when people are like, start a farm, have your own chickens, have your own cows, that, like, I'm in that weird American earth state of, like, I will eat the flesh of another animal as long as I don't have to see you killing it and chopping it up and it's blood everywhere, you know? And technically, sometimes you get that one cartilage or stringy parts in like a chicken bone. You'd be like, oh, gross, what the fuck was that? It's disgusting. I know, carnivore's remorse. You may or may not have it. What was it talking about? Yeah, year 3000 shit. By the year 3000, we should have figured out a way not to have to eat any animals. Because pretty much every cow I ever saw was cute and awesome and very happy. Bunch of cows just hanging out eating grass or laying down or doing what cows do, running around. And they all seem really cute and happy. And chickens definitely seem like they have some type of ADD. I don't even know. That's what I want to. Yeah, so we're talking about that. Like, but I love y'all. Everybody who's been. And so, you know, I've said, hey, I'm Planetary Defense Commander. I'm one of the Thors that have been around on Earth for thousands of years that try to maintain some type of honor code of coolness and awesomeness that keep romance and rock and roll alive and protect everybody and everything. Oh, I'm gonna get another beer. Yes, you know, the fact that we're all, think about it, it's very Ender's Game. Like, now we're all trapped in our own little localities, in our own little areas. We've been stripped a lot of the bread and circus. They took a lot of the circus shit away. And so we're here together, and we have known since 2008 that you had to go somewhere with the future. With the population growing, technology growing, all the things growing, that at some point, no real major choices have seemed to have been made in the last 5 to 10 years, and that now everybody's going to have to start making major choices in good calls. So between us, like, honestly, that if 2020 was always, from 1990 on, even the 80s, if 2020 was always going to end up here, like this, I feel like I'm in a good position. Like, I'm not sure what I could have done in my life to be better prepared to deal with whatever the future may be. And I'm definitely grateful and humble enough to know that I do not know what the future is going to be for planet Earth and the United States of America, or the Americas. or Houston or Texas. There's 69 likes. So yeah, I guess it's like I said. Now we're in the period where we're all training for the future. And no disrespect to anyone, it's almost like now if you could turn to the universe and say, Spirit of Robin Williams, please speak to us and tell us what we should do as human beings. And he may or may not be like, Nanu, Nanu, you know? God bless Willie Nelson. It's weird to think, like, if I had to call upon 5 living or dead earthlings from my lifetime of like, shit, they could inspire me in this exact moment. It's like Willie Nelson, Robin Williams, Bill Murray, Jimi Hendrix, and Johnny Cash. And Willie Nelson and Bill Murray are still alive as far as I know. All right, yeah, I think I may be on beer 8, but definitely if you've ever gone in person, or I guess listened on a vinyl album, Kenny Rogers and Willie Nelson, of all the male human beings, had like, if you could have an angel voice, like of all the human beings in my lifetime that could sing or just, and they sounded like living angels among us. Kenny Rogers, Willie Nelson, Johnny Cash, you know? You guys ever heard a Highwaymen song? Right, I might be toasted, so I might be saying things that are not super awesome at this moment. So from like the 27th of June to whatever yesterday was in the morning, it was like all negative energy, all pessimistic energy, all negative energy, all pessimistic energy. And I'm not used to that shit. It was just nonstop from every angle, like all around. And I was like, fuck. And it vibrated throughout like my whole body. And I was just like, oh God, oh. Man, that was fucking crazy. And like I said, I had that nightmare during that period. It's like, fuck. And so I can't exist in a world of like, it's just going to get worse or the bad guys are going to win. Of all the things I can spend my time and energy on, that is definitely not what I want to hear or spend time and energy on from here on out. Because as a collective, we spent a lot of time on that shit for the last 20 fucking years. I should walk away before this turns into a bad date. But baby, I love being with you so much. We are connected. Whether we're the X-Men, the Avengers, the Astonishers, Astro Fight Club, everybody who survived the last 10 years here with me. Man, what a crazy time, bro. And the world keeps changing so fast, we barely have time to process it as it's happening. And definitely in 2020, we have not had a lot of process time for anything. So any country fighting any other country at war now during the plague pandemic that nobody seems to have a major handle on seems to be a really bad idea. And so there was never a better time for all nations to say, hey, let's take a year off from fighting each other, like a truce of honor. The honor of all men that kept and women that kept civilization standing for the last 2,000 years. For the next year, while we deal with this plague, let's just halt all conflicts during that time. We just have like a no fighting truce. And think about that. Like, let's say we're going to have, like, everybody votes. Everybody on the planet tomorrow or in a week gets a vote. Hey, man, how about we have a no fighting truce for a year while we get this plague shit under control and everything worked out? Nobody fights with anybody. A, who are going to be the people like, no, I have to fight with people? And B, what would be their reasons that they have to fight with other people, other earthlings now on Earth over the next year? And And please remember, there are a lot of nations on the planet who've had a lot of conflicts that have lasted multiple years over history, and that the pandemic has inflamed almost all conflicts in many ways. So it definitely seems like a bad time to be fighting old turf wars. Kind of like Space Force, where you got to be at least satisfied enough with hopefully the space you have now, and then we're going to figure out how to work it out. But everybody deserves space. Space Force. Spaceship Earth. That's what it is. It's like Earth is a giant spaceship, and we're all in the giant spaceship. And somehow we've been infected with aliens. And no, the aliens are not giant creatures that will rip our heads off in a single bite, or if we cut them, we'll be like battery acid. It's a little virus, an invisible enemy. So right now we got this fucking alien that's been here since the start of 2020, the Saturn Pluto thingy, the gateway that opened from that shit. Got this tiny little alien fucking creatures running around killing all of our elders who worked most of their lives and raised us all and got us here, and so deserve to spend the rest of their life in some type of happiness and health. You know, I'm not all for pulling the rug out from under people's American dreams, especially the people who work so hard for so long for so little. So all Spaceship Earth has to figure out how to do is how to defeat that little alien virus that is now on Spaceship Earth. And then we got to figure out where we want to go with Spaceship Earth over the next 1,000 years. It's like Star Trek. And it's weird thinking about the two mythologies. Like Star Wars is more like the three Abrahamic religions fighting each other just constantly. There's always a big battle for who's the king of communism, socialism, capitalism. And then in Star Trek, they like skip all, like they solve the war problem, and they're just like, okay, Earth is no longer fighting with each other. We're just getting in trouble, getting outside of our solar system bubble. That's crazy, huh? So yeah, in summation, man, I'm so tired of talking about politics. I would like to talk about what Earth and Earthlings are going to do over the next 1,000 years. And so there's this game. So you got two board games. You got Monopoly, and then you got Risk. And then technically, if you want, you got Life. Although I was never that big a fan of that game. And so Risk, you have all your continents, and you have all your armies, and you're moving, and then you got Monopoly. So we've had this weird balance of yin and yang of the board games, Monopoly, and Risk. And then now that an alien has boarded Spaceship Earth, and it's tiny and invisible, and it's come around many times on this planet. And it takes a lot of people. Now is a good time to give up World War I, World War II, World War III. You know, it's like, I guess 1914, we're like, hey, let's have our first world war. Like, we've not been grown up enough to have everybody fight everybody. It used to be just state versus state, nation versus nation, religion versus religion. Now, fuck, we can have our first world war. Like, we've created, like, you had your new world order right then. When you had, like, okay, the earth was aligned enough to fight over sides, like this side or this side. There was a conquest for the entire fucking globe. Can't have a conquest for the entire fucking globe unless everybody's united in some way, all nations working together. Then you had World War II, 30, 40 years later. And they're like, fuck, we're fighting for who gets to own the future of the world again. That was 80 years ago. And then so we've been in a weird World War III since. So it's like the Star Wars option of like, man, do we just want to fight the wars constantly forever because it's the only way to power our solar system? Or is it more like Star Trek, where you can get past all the superstition, you can get past all the dogma, you can get past all the negativity that has somehow powered and feared everyone forward, and just getting on to enjoying all that is all around us as human beings. Like, we don't really understand the fucking oceans. We don't really fucking understand what's beyond the upper atmosphere. Like, which path are we gonna take? So, like, I'm ready for shit to get cool. And please let me say, being Planetary Defense Commander over the last 5, 6 years, it's been a very weird job. And that chaos is kind of like craziness. And so I feel kind of crazy now. And to feel like everybody's kind of crazy. Although I don't know if I would call it technically it's craziness. It brings us back to the Tower of Babel, to where we have so much miscommunication happening at all times across all levels. It feels like a form of madness. Because it seems like one of the overriding factors of all of 2020 has been absolute miscommunication. That, like, what is Earth's problem? Miscommunication. Everybody's miscommunicating everywhere. So I have to keep believing that the good ideas of how we can all do better will not be permanently drowned out forever. Yeah, Jack Nicholson is really, really cool. Someone mentioned in the comments. My dad's favorite movie was Easy Rider. And I was born in Illinois, and Blues Brothers is definitely one of my favorite absolute films of all time, and probably craft a lot of the man I am today. John Belushi died young as well. I don't know. I guess because in this age, I like to think about like the ultimate male figures: John Belushi, Chris Farley, and John Candy. Where like no matter what they did, most of the time, I'm talking like 95% of the time, or where they went, they just made the entire room brighter. Like if you went to a giant like train station in New York, John Candy, John Belushi, or Chris Farley was there, the entire train station just got like majorly brighter. That like they were giant Christmas lights. And that wherever they went, they were just like shining in this. And then people couldn't understand it, but everybody loved to look at them and just watch whatever they did, whether it would be sit down, drink a glass of water, dance, talk. Like were they some of the quintessential North American Buffalo spirits? Maybe. Definitely maybe. The people who smile force you to smile. You become a slave to their smile or their laugh, or their smile or their laugh is so good, you smile or you laugh. You're just happy to be a part of it. I know, but I'm probably talking crazy because the pandemic got me to the stage where I watched Ant-Man, which is a Marvel movie. And I definitely think Edgar Wright should be handling Daredevil when the MCU gets kicked back up. So they were talking about quantum physics a lot. And so if like I got caught in a quantum physics descending energy scenario or ascending with John Belushi, Chris Farley, and John Candy. Overall, that would probably end up being a really good time, bro. Like if the last 20 billion people that have lived on Earth, those three dudes really fucking cool, man. All the things you could be as an overall Earthling and the energy you projected out every day, like you're a little sun giving off light. And for humans, light is more like emotion because we have like an emotion range, different emotions we can feel on any given day. Those dudes just had a shit ton of power to inject pure happiness into other people. That's cool. And that definitely sounds like heaven to me. You get to a place where everybody's cool. So if I had to define heaven, I'm doing it here for you now. Yeah. It'd be great to get to a place where everybody's cool. It's possible. I totally believe in it. 2020 is definitely like a roller coaster, and life is like almost our solar system and the galaxy and the universe, like a giant ocean just of waves of life and life creation. And there's 7 billion people on Earth right now. And if you count all the insects and the bugs and the fish, that number is way higher. And I don't know if the dreams in 2020 have been 5D, 60, 70, 5G, 60G, 7G, 8G, 1A. But they definitely have been next level. And I keep waking up here with you. So yeah, I don't know if at the end of the day, me, Bill Murray, Willie Nelson, the ghost of Chris Farley, John Candy, and John Belushi, I have to save the day for Earth so we can get to a better next 25 years and next 1,000 years, then I'm all in. I mean, the stakes definitely feel pretty high here in 2020. And I've had so many I cannot remember if I'm down to my last beer. Another one. All right, this is the last one. But definitely, I want you to know that whatever happens, I'm honored to be here with you. There's a lot we have been through. These are like quantum emotions where things feel both impossible and probable. Although it is pretty cool that I have her, the X, and the Dreamcatcher, and the big board really, you know. I don't want thorns around anybody's heart. I don't care if that shit makes money. Enough money has been made in the last 20 years to where everybody on Earth literally could take a vacation for the next 10 years and you can still work it out. Like Earth is literally like a summer camp. Filled with ocean curious snow weenies. I'm talking crazy. Someone said tequila. Dude, I didn't even want to drink beer today because the energy's been such shit. Yo. And so I definitely not prepared to go through the tequila gate. I believe that tequila is different than other hard liquors. Or technically, every hard liquor has its own spirit to it. And what you drink and what emotions it might carry you to. And that tequila is definitely the most, you better be careful. Like, you better have your ducks in a row and know where you're going to be for the next week if you're going to be drinking tequila. And if I had to guess, and I don't want to speak for other bards out there who've existed now or in history, but if you had to show up at whatever your bard establishment was at any point in time, you'd be like, I need to handle my beer and I need to handle my whiskey. That somehow it's like riding a bull was like a hard liquor. That like, yeah, you can figure out how to ride whiskey or rum or gin or vodka. But there's something about tequila, like there's some magical shit in there where you better be careful. I'm toasted. It's true. And I'm talking to you. Here we are together. You and I. And it would seem the Hurricane team and that Asteroid team has been doing a pretty fantastic job. Like if I was passing out, whatever's, We haven't had to worry about asteroids much. And hurricanes, if you're watching the constant ongoing battle with the atmosphere and Earth and Earthlings, that the trend of us getting hit by major hurricanes has gone down. But there's still, like, I think natural functions of all the planets being on the same side and all the pressure and all the angular momentum and shit. So it's an ongoing dance while learning at the exact same time. But that overall, if my information is correct, they're doing a great job. Even if volcanoes were going off in places not advertised, if the casualty numbers are being reported correct, that there are parts of the defense team that have been doing a spectacular job. And I've been here the whole time with you during this year. No matter what, this year has been crazy. And that of all the people who can speak and say things, the people who put out whatever information during this entire time of 8 months, everybody, you can or cannot talk. You can put out information and or not put out information. And so, like, so much has happened in this 8-month period, and many people have changed streams or so no, I guess I would give Space Force a B minus right now. Let's try and do better. Though Civilization A1 A minus doesn't sound that great. I heard there's a big hullabaloo about big happenings at DC Comics, Detective Comics. So how tall do you think Groot could grow? What is the tallest tree Earth has ever grown? Does anybody know? Okay, let's say for now, Earth has an emotional intelligence. All the colors that Earth can put out in the flowers, in the birds, and in the sky. Earth's emotional intelligence in a divine architect facet are pretty high. I'm glad I got to go to a Ren Fair or two. Dude, I'm super on the Bard tip now. Yo, dude, and I will do production assistant or craft services on Earth's first super spaceship mission. I'll do janitor. Gotta work up for that, though. Earth as a team just sounds so cool. 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 I don't know though. What did history say to you? Earth as a team sounds so cool. Peace on earth and goodwill towards all people. Earth as a team would be so cool. Earth as a team would be so cool. You know, you flip the script. We used to get along well enough that you could have concerts and sporting events and skating rinks. And that our mastered form of miscommunication helped take away all that shit. We're like, hey man, we used to have a space shuttle that could fly to the moon and then fly back to Earth. And then they were like, no, we are done with this space shuttle shit. From now on, we are going backwards into rockets, where you will fly a tiny capsule there. It is a one-way ticket. But they took the space shuttle away. And it's like, why are you taking the space shuttle away? They're like, I don't know, man, because it is too fucking expensive. We're spending like $200 billion a year on this space shuttle. And that's just too expensive for the president, Congress, people of Earth. So we're going to stop the space shuttle program, which, by the way, serviced all the satellites we have up there. And then they spent like $25 trillion. So they're like, space shuttle's way too fucking expensive. We're going to spend $25 trillion on what? Nobody knows. So the space shuttle just kind of went away. So we used to have concerts and sporting events and skating rinks. And that all just went away too. And where, yes, miscommunication can be an excellent form of currency generation, But at some point, you have to properly invest that in the future, and the future is the people. Like, you can't just keep making more money, making the population dumber, angrier, and more confused the whole time. All right. That is how I'm going to sum it up. Because I represent the lowest of the low and the highest of the high. The planets and the people. And that, so I believe, yes, the plague did start 8 months ago. And so that allowed a lot of people to loot the system for 8 months. But I believe in James Bond. And I've always said, look, dude, it's one of my things, especially as Thor family. I like silver over gold. Gold is always kind of weird to me. And the people who get freaky deaky about gold usually at some point get super creepy. No disrespect to gold bugs out there. Anyway, so I'm just saying that, like, silver, as me the T, silver, if I had to pick between the two, I was been like, yeah, silver seems cooler, dude. Silver seems like a good color to have in your sigil. And so, one of the first initial, most stable points of currency is the sterling. I believe. Who knows? I'm on beer 7.5. And so that at some point we're going to have to figure out what to do with everybody over the next 2 years. That, like, everything has changed. And that as long as everybody's doing like the nobody knows what's going on part, that the people whose main interest is making money will continue that. But at some point, everybody's got to figure out, like, what are we going to do with everybody? 7 billion people. So I'd like to take a moment to be like, yeah, we are totally going to make it. But in that quantum moment, I'm also feeling like it does feel like Ultron, Thanos, Loki, Cthulhu, and friends are out there. And then you got Saturn and Mars being everybody's like housemate. Not only are you training at home in ways you've not been used to, you are then gonna have Saturn and Mars there with you, trying to teach you how to step up your game into the future. And one of the most beautiful, spectacular, magical, mystical things I've ever known in my life is looking up and seeing the moon and the planets and the stars. And that every time I walk out and see the sky, I think, what is the sky? Like, I don't know. But I do know through all my years that I've been here, I've seen Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Orion, the constellations that I've been privy to in the places that I've lived over the last X amount of years. One thing I would say saving the United States Postal Service, and then having humans agree on having areas of little light pollution are important to all the future of all people, and that at any given time, you and your family or you and your friends can go out to someplace in the world and look at a predestined area where, like, this entire place was saved for you to be able to see the stars, the moon, the sun, and the planets in all of their absolute no light pollution glory. Like, human beings can agree to create places on Earth where all lights can be seen as they were intended. Hey, you're here with me, and I believe you've been around for the last year or two or three. And so I would assess that every single day has its own energy. and that where, though unseen by our eyes, it is like there are giant waves of energy rolling in to us and through us. So, on that thought, dude, between me and you, August has been so insane energetically. Like, yo, there's so much cosmic energy coming in right now. Can you feel this? And I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. And that I'm sure it goes to different places on the planet, but we've been, I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, I'm pretty sure most of us can feel like dimensions and timelines colliding. That, like, all the bigger picture stuff, all the upper layer stuff that nobody really talks about much is happening. And that 7 billion of us are super lucky in many ways to have been here for this ride of Spaceship Earth. So it's like the Wallflowers One Headlight song. It's like the space shuttle coming back to Earth from the moon. Like it's on fire and smoking. It's like, whoa. It's like the space shuttle has returned. Then it switched to Foo Fighters. Let the ladies take some time to figure out a good anthem sound for Act 3, though. Get to work. Yeah, like Thanos hates fun. And if there were some fucking weird ass Earth Mars rivalry that most of us did not know about, to where like Mars was a whole other planet that we had not really communicated with in any major way since the year 1994 ish. That like, but they knew about us after that shit had collapsed. So like, they hate Earthlings or they just don't like it. Like weird, to whatever weird power grab, Martians like, those humans are to blame for whatever, you know, like. So yeah, that's like me, the character of like, why are we still fighting? Why are we still fighting? And as Planetary Defense Commander, I'm population reduction is against everything I know. And I guess partially that's where part of the friction is that, like we talked about the year 1000 to the year 2000, that's like a whole blink of an eye of God. And so now we're just in 2020, and the spirit, the animal spirit that made up the year 1000 to the year 2000, still is like, I want to be the main constellation in the sky for the next part. So that's the Capricorn. And then the Aquarius is like where we're kind of headed towards. It's inevitable. Like, you can only stay in the past for so long, man. Did anybody else feel Matrix vibes? Jiminy Cricket is out there singing his heart out. He always keeps a badass beat. Whoa. See it. Part of my personal reward for making it this far is to hang out and drink 8 beers with you. And yeah, I watched Oceans 11, 12, and 13. And somehow helped get me through whatever the fucking energy was. And I really, really like the jazz that they used. Took thousands of years to get jazz that good, bro. My ears are bubblegum. So yes, I believe the stars are going to align. Yes, I believe things will get better. And I think at any single time, any one of us can get called in a single moment to be a champion of this solar system. So it's kind of like, over the next year, how many times can you be a champion of the solar system? That's cool. Many times I look back and I'm like, why did I start Asteroid Fight Club? Of all the things to do, hey man, like, where are you gonna go with your career? It's like, I have no idea. Asteroid Fight Club. The Astonishers. And I know there are a lot of good people out there. Yes, I feel the honor runs in our veins. And that middle ground between us living with each other and then us having faith in a higher power is honor. That we all naturally understand why it is good to be honorable creatures when blessed with so many gifts. And I do believe I've listened to quite a bit of nihilists and possibly a few master planners over the last 20 years. And I still believe that having fun and being cool together as one Earth family is the best way to go. Like they gotta have 1,000 agencies come up with a million fucking crazy reasons to convince us to continue to fight each other. Like, yeah, for the next 2 years, figure out how to not fight each other, feed everybody, keep lights on, give people a place to stay, keep water running. And that protecting and engineering an excellent food chain line is like, whether it was the board game of Monopoly or Risk, it is still a natural function of all the things we've ever known about any economy that existed throughout fucking history. Or like, whether it be you get families, 100 pack of ramen noodles and vegetables, and like, there are so many ways you can do to meet the daily requirements and technicalities of feeding everybody in the United States and across Earth. Like, we gotta deal with this invisible alien attack on Spaceship Earth over the next 2 fucking years. And that you pick a country or a nation in the world and it can hop its borders. So we have a new problem that is exacerbating all pre-existing conflicts that existed before it amongst every single nation on the planet. And then when you have nations trying to work it out with their own local and state and nation budgets, you have corporations trying to figure out how they can make money off of all this situation as it is happening, while they're probably getting excellent access to the real information, as the media that pass that investing information on to the public does not always get the best picture. And it definitely feels like quantum emotions, where I have faith we are going to a better place, but I'm still super worried over here, or concerned, or figuring out ways that I can do better to help get us where we need to be, to help deal with whatever the heck we got coming down the pipe for the next 25 years. Civilization is not going to end on my watch. $318 minutes, 18 seconds. Yes, I missed you. And so if okay, so let's take for just a mild second. Yeah, let's stop fighting. That sounds like a fucking great idea. And I may not be screaming it from the top of my lungs right now on the outside, but I'm definitely doing it on the inside. Team Earth would be so cool. And I hear a train a coming. It is coming around the bend. I love y'all. I love you. I know it's that thing though where I'm like, hey, every once in a while I gotta come on and say, let us please avoid World War III. And I would guess the whole Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter thing is major. And that with them going from Capricorn to Aquarius, it is like a major, major, major deal. Like we were being shoved into the future. So if there ever was a time to stop fighting, now is probably that time. Because I'm not sure that any one man or group or woman has mastered all the planets, the entire solar system, the Earth's core, the sun, the moon, the oceans, the atmosphere, or all the animal spirits that float around us at all times. Let's stop fighting. Sweet.